loud and clear. So I would suggest, Kitan, if you can um, jump out of audio and join back in. So in the toolbar somewhere at the top of your WebEx screen, you should have an option to open the audio controls. What you want to do is to disconnect from audio and reconnect after that. So yeah, unfortunately, I cannot show you my panels because if I put my panels on the screen, it would be blurred if I'm not mistaken. But if you open the option that says audio or audio connection, there should be a disconnect button there. Disconnect first, reconnect, should be good to go. Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. And if that still doesn't work, I have three other headsets I can play around with. So just let me know. And also, I'm just going to take a quick screenshot of our attendance for now. I wouldn't be able to write down all of the names, but you know, I was told to just take note of the number. But the number keeps on rising every second, so that's good. I was told to expect 700 people. Not really sure if that's going to happen, but no. Welcome to today's YouTube video or something like that. Today's stream. I hope you're able to see my screen now. So this is the slide pack for the CRT-251 course. Unfortunately, the CRT-251 course, it's a paid course, and if you pay for it, you get the ebooks. However, because we were doing this for cert days today, and it's a crammed session into 4 hours because it's supposed to run for a full day. If you're going to sign up for the paid CRT-251 course, um, unfortunately, you're not going to get a copy of the slides, okay? Because that's exclusive to the paid sessions. I hope you understand. When it comes to, in terms of recording, copyright stuff, we cannot do it at the moment. Yeah, my voice is low. Oh, okay. Let me try. All right. I think I can try to increase my volume. Okay. Yeah, just a few moments here. Okay. Input level. There we go. All right. So I put my microphone to the max. So I'm not sure if you're able to hear me better this time. Um, but if to those of you who left the chat that said your voice is okay, you may need to lower your speakers after I made that adjustment because I increased the feed. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Diva. Right, so I increased the feed volume for the mic, so it should be better now. And I noticed that someone's not on mute. Uh, I didn't know you can unmute yourself. One moment. Okay, right. Anyway, 87 people now. Once again, everyone, thank you for joining today's session. Welcome. We are 6 minutes, 7 minutes in, so we should get going. Today's session, as I mentioned, is it's a shortened version of a 1 day course or full day course that we deliver called CRT 251, which means preparing for your Sales Cloud Consultant certification. Now, for us here in this session today, the idea is that okay, why are there two? Why does my name appear twice in this session? That's weird. Sorry about that. But anyway, yeah. So preparing for the Sales Cloud Consultant certification, we do not have ebooks for this session. It's just a free one. We don't have hands-on exercises. We cannot record this session. So yeah, I believe I mentioned that already earlier. So if anyone would still want to verify, so that's unfortunately something we can't do right now. So it's a free session, a free workshop for to help you prepare for your certifications. You would also get a discount voucher for the certification after this session. I believe after 24 to 48 hours, when the session completes, you should receive an email that contains the discount code that you can use for when you apply for the certification. So you get a good discount of it. I believe 40% off or something like that. Right. So that should be sent to you after the session. So give it 1 or 2 days and you should receive that voucher code via email. Now, at some point later in the session, I'm going to have to turn off my video, especially if I start breaking up, because we would like to ensure, or I would like to ensure, that my bandwidth is exhausted primarily on showing what's in my screen or anything else that I would like to show you in this session today. Again, the main goal being to help you prepare for your certification attempt for Sales Cloud Consultant. Okay, great. Once again, good morning, everyone. Let's get started. So a little bit of intro about myself. I mentioned earlier, you may have met me before. I hope you've met me before. Some of you may have, because I do some private workshops sometimes, specific to companies. I see a number of companies and implementation partners that I'm quite familiar with, or I may have visited before, or it could be a business or a company who signed up for a customized or private training before. My name is Chase. I'm a Salesforce certified consultant and instructor. I've been in the Salesforce ecosystem since 2011. I started off as a support personnel. When you call Salesforce tech support, I was one of the people who used to pick up the phone, right? So, yep. And back in the day, I made sure that I get myself the Salesforce admin certification. This was me prior to COVID-19 times, right? So I used to have short hair. Now I have very long hair now, so it's very different. Yeah, and I also have the Salesforce Sales Cloud Consultant certification. So definitely, I can give you some tips on how to secure that. But mainly, what we're going to talk about today are the topics that you should read on about, so that you can prepare better, right? So this attending this session does not give you any level of assurance that you're going to pass a certification, because at the end of the day, it's about your preparation. This is just one of the elements that you can take advantage of. So you get a live person talking about Sales Cloud Consultant exam specific topics. You are able to ask questions in this session as well. Technically, you shouldn't be, but again, it's not my style. I'm not comfortable. I tried this before, doing a session where everyone's just quiet and nobody's talking to me. And believe it or not, even if I'm the one who's speaking, I get sleepy because there's no interaction. So definitely not my style. So I'm going to keep the chat open. So feel free to pop in a few questions whenever applicable, whenever necessary. Now you might hear the camera screenshot noise or sound from time to time, because anytime that I glance at the attendees list and I see a change in the number, I take a quick screenshot just so that I have a copy, and I'll because I'm tasked to take note of the most number of participants at a particular time. So now we're at 112, right? Anyway, thanks for being here, everyone. Okay, right, let's get to it. Okay. So in terms of copyright, right, I believe I mentioned earlier that we are not distributing the material, because this presentation is reserved for those who sign up for the full day course for CRT-251, the paid one. So we're able to show you, but we're not going to send you a copy of this. Again, no training environments, so no hands-on exercises for today. Also, no recordings, right? I guess you can take screenshots. You didn't hear it from me. But if you do that, I have no control over it. But just make sure that it's for your own consumption only. Do not distribute in a manner. I wouldn't go as far as recording the entire session, because I'm sure you can tell from the first 5 minutes that you're in this session, you can tell that, hey, this guy talks a lot. So there's going to be a lot of noise or unnecessary chit chat in the in the session, likely. But we will definitely focus on the items that you should prepare for prior to applying for the certification. Righty. Okay, so this is okay, right? So just an overview of the sort of like the house rules. It is said, based on the guidelines, that this is a listen-only mode. However, what I did was I turned on chat. So I want you to be able to drop questions if you have any. So if you have any, glaring questions or concerns about a topic that we are discussing, feel free to use the chat box, and I'll do my best to accommodate within the time that we have together. But if that's not enough, I believe I mentioned earlier that although the session runs for 4 hours only, the invitation you may have received says it's 5 hours, and that's what the extra 1 hour is for, in case we have some parked questions that are probably too specific to answer during the full 4 hours. Okay, good morning, Ayman. Good morning, everyone. Okay, webinars do not include a practice org. So I believe I mentioned this, so I'm not going to spend too much time there anymore. No practice org, no ebook, no practice test, no recording, unfortunately. Nobody said that you cannot take screenshots, but if you do, if you would, just keep it to yourselves because we don't want to be in trouble. I believe I flashed the copyright screen earlier, so let's avoid any unnecessary discussion or trouble. Excuse me for a moment. I forgot to put my phones on silent. I know it's quite rude. Sorry about that. Silent. There we go. Okay, cool. It says here there will be no Q&A, but again, it's Chase. Your instructor for today is Chase, so it's not Chase's style. So we will have a little bit of Q&A. Feel free to drop your questions in the chat box at any time. But if there are any questions that are too specific, as I mentioned earlier, too specific for everyone to hear about, then maybe we can reserve the time after the first 4 hours. Okay, go right after we finish the syllabus of the presentation. And it is recommended here that you post the questions related to this session or your preparation in the community group that you can find here, right? So certification days, community group or community page. Okay, so I'm just gonna paste the link over to the chat box like so. If you have, if you would like to read about, a few Q&A or FAQs about the course, you can find that here. So why didn't I get that link? How do I copy that link? Let me just restart everything first. One moment. Okay. Okay, so I just posted another link to the chat box. That should be there. Oh, good. Okay, back to that slide then. Okay. All right. So now that we're set up and we spent like what 15 minutes for that, no problem. We still have enough time to talk about the actual content of the session. Right. So let's proceed. But before that, another screenshot. We have 122 people in the session. You guys just broke my record because before this session, my record was 53 in a huge auditorium, face to face. Of course, that was before COVID. Yeah, but this is my biggest audience so far. Okay. There are these different groups that you can join as well in the Salesforce community. If you would like to ask about specific topics on these certifications, you can go ahead and join these groups or join those groups as well. Now, in case you missed it earlier, and I heard that not all instructors would do this. In fact, not everyone would expose their full names. And I'm okay with it. If you would like to connect with me through social, perhaps LinkedIn, you can just look up my name down here, right? So it's Chase Obsuna, right? Like so. So that, maybe someday we would meet and, it's a small world. I mean, the world of IT is, quite, has been, quite interesting in the past few years. You tend to meet people you meet today You meet them again the next year or so, right? In a very different setting. So yeah, if you'd like to be connected, there's my name down there. Look me up on LinkedIn. I'm fine with that. All right. Okay. Right. Let's continue. Okay. So I mentioned earlier that if you'd like to be engaged or exchange notes or build or create a study group of sorts with like-minded people or people with the same goal of getting certified on a specific Salesforce exam or certification, feel free to join these groups so that you can ask those questions there as well. Okay. All right. Yep. So I showed you that earlier, so no problem with that. I sent you a link to the certification days community page. So all you have to do is join that page. Should be fine. Should be good. If you need to search for more groups that are specific to the certification you're aiming for, then by all means go for it as well. Okay. For myself personally, how many certifications do I have now? I think 10, 11. I'm not sure. Some of those certifications have been sunset, like the uh, Salesforce social specialist exam, right? I managed to pass that exam before it was sunset. So that's too bad because it doesn't show up as one of my badges anymore. But at some point in time, I was certified there as well because I also teach 32 different Salesforce courses apart from teaching, developing content for companies and projects specifically. I also teach these numbered courses like the admin course or the developer course or the marketing cloud courses and all that stuff. So yeah, I'm supposed to get certifications too because I'm teaching all of these courses. But anyway, let's hit the road. I'm going to skip a few slides because the next few slides are segues for our break time, and we're gonna try to squeeze in perhaps a 15-minute break in between, just so that you don't get burned out or anything like that. But for now, I'm just going to skip to those slides for the content itself. Right, there we go. So it's very important for you to take note of these weightages or percentages of where the questions in the exam might be or likely be coming from, right? So you can see that the largest chunks are actually covered in this session. However, there are some items or some of these topics or weightage items that are not found in this presentation today. Why is that? Because you're applying for a certification that is not 100% Salesforce only, right? What do I mean by that? You're applying for a certification that assumes that you can put your way of thinking into a salesperson's perspective, and from there make recommendations on how you're going to apply or implement Salesforce features in that customer's company. So that's the expectation right there. So with that, you can see we have a 7% chunk and a 12% chunk that are for or specific to being a consultant, right? So industry knowledge is not just specifically Salesforce, but how do companies use their CRM tools or sales tools in order to monitor their their data, their forecasts, their pipeline, their customers, and all that stuff. The 12% for implementation strategies means that it assumes that you're either are capable of speaking the same language as consultants, or you are a consultant, or perhaps working for a company who implements Salesforce, or maybe your company is implementing Salesforce and you're quite versed in, or to a certain level, you're well versed in how to run implementations and how to apply features, changes into a Salesforce implementation, right? So those skills, industry knowledge, implementation strategies, they're not specific to Sales Cloud, because that's more industry best practices. Somewhere down at the bottom, you would see second to the last, it says Sales Cloud Analytics, it is 9%, but it is not in today's session. It's because we focus on Sales Cloud specific features only. Now, if you've gone through admin sessions before, or if you've gone through Trailhead or modules or trails that talk about reports and dashboards, this is what it's talking about. So 9%. Just just if you're familiar with how reports and dashboards work, then you're good to go. However, in this session, we're also going to talk about how you take reports and dashboards to the next level that would be specific to how sales teams would use it. We're going to look at some augmentations to reports and dashboards, such as report snapshots, historical trends, and all that stuff, right? Forecasting will be part of the session as well. So those are augmentations to the standard analytics that you may have already learned about as you studied or as you've gone through the admin elements of Salesforce reports and dashboards. Right. So the specific topics that are here in this presentation are the following. So we have Sales Cloud Solution Design. So basically, what are the things in Salesforce Sales Cloud that you can take advantage of or that you can implement to make the lives of sales teams easier and more efficient? So what are these features that are, Sales Cloud specific? You also have 8% talking about marketing and leads. So this is not Marketing Cloud, to be clear, okay? So it's how marketing teams would use the Sales Cloud, basically, right? So without signing up for the subscription to Salesforce Marketing Cloud, be aware that they're separate products, okay? So the Sales Cloud, Marketing Cloud, they're separate products, but the CRM application is capable of supporting sales teams and marketing teams alike. All right. Next, you have account and contact management, 13%, very basic. But there are some features here that are not covered in the admin course or in the admin modules, such as partner roles, you have contact roles, account hierarchies, and things like that. So we're going to cover that today as well. You have opportunity management, 13%. Sales productivity, this talks about chatter, collaboration, activities, mobile, and all that stuff. You'll have 8% talking about integration and data management, right? So that's about importing data, integrating with Outlook, right? Gmail, right? The integration tools. So these are the elements that would be in those topics. So the ones that are in bold and highlighted in blue, these are the ones that are in this session. The ones that are not blue, these are the ones that you may read about separately because they're not 100% specific to Salesforce or not 100% specific to Sales Cloud, right? And just just to make the most out of your time with me, I'm just gonna toss some info that may not be that relevant to Sales Cloud Consultant certification itself, but might be good to know. I just want to be clear because some people they're still confused about this. Sales Cloud, Service Cloud, Marketing Cloud, right? So how are these three different? Sales Cloud and Service Cloud. Funny though, because there's another Cert Day session that I'm running tomorrow for Service Cloud. So today is Sales Cloud, tomorrow is Service Cloud. But anyway, Sales Cloud and Service Cloud may exist in the same subscription, in the same application, because they both run in the Force.com platform, right? So Force.com platform is the CRM application, CRM offering of Salesforce. Back in the day, that was the only product, the CRM. And then 6 years ago, Salesforce acquired a company called ExactTarget. And the purpose of it is because ExactTarget is able to integrate with the Force.com application, the CRM, to send emails, SMS, push notifications, advertising, and all these things. And it also allows you to go beyond the mass emailing limitations of the Force.com platform, which is 1,000 mass emails per day. Now, in a large enterprise, that wouldn't be enough. So 6 years ago, Salesforce acquired this company called ExactTarget, and eventually they rebranded it. They called it the Salesforce Marketing Cloud, right? So that's a little bit of history there. And to our friends from Australia, you probably already know that story because ExactTarget used to be an Australian company. And that also explains why there's a good talent pool of Salesforce Marketing Cloud professionals in Australia, and jobs as well, because a number of companies, or a lot of companies in Australia, are already in or was already in or were already in Exact Target before the acquisition. So when Exact Target was acquired, then they just continued using the Salesforce Marketing Cloud. So it's kind of the same story for other acquisitions, such as you may have heard about Tableau, which we will now call something else, right? Um, so we had Radian 6, which became Social Studio, right? Pardot is still Pardot for some reason, right? So things like that. You have Demandware, which is currently called Commerce Cloud. So all of these things, right? So products that are acquired by Salesforce and then therefore rebranded. However, for Sales Cloud and Service Cloud, they still exist in the same original OG, right? The OG Salesforce product, which is the Force.com application, and having Sales Cloud or whether you have Sales Cloud or Service Cloud is determined by the feature licenses that the company has signed up for. So if you think about it, the plain vanilla version of Salesforce CRM is just the Force.com application. And depending on which feature licenses the company would acquire, if it's Sales Cloud or Service Cloud, then you may say that, hey, we're in Sales Cloud, hey, we're in Service Cloud, or maybe you're in both, because since it runs in the same Force.com application, you can have both Service Cloud and Sales Cloud in one single subscription, right? So hopefully that clarifies a little bit for some of us, because I know that some of you are just starting out your journey in Salesforce. So there are those tiny details that you may not be too familiar with yet at this point. Also, for some reason, the chats stopped. Can anyone post something on chat just to check that we're still able to chat? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So Rob, okay, perfect. All right, good, 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 good. Okay, okay, you can stop now, right? Because it's gonna be a long thread, guys. Okay, stop. Thank you. Right. Okay, cool. Because I noticed that someone dropped in earlier who's also a host. So maybe someone's from the admin team went in and turned off the chat. I just wanted to make sure that the chat is still open, so that if you have any questions about things, you may use the chat box. Although audio, I don't think it's a good idea. We are currently at 130 watt, 130, 32 earlier, now 30, 130, but that's quite a lot. So maybe let's just keep it in chat. No need to use audio for now. Maybe later we can. Who knows? Let's play by ear. See what I did there? Right. So anyway, let's move on. Okay, so we have 6 lessons. Sorry, I forgot to remove this lesson 7 practice test. We don't have the platform to do the practice test, but maybe, I just have an idea. Maybe I can flash some practice questions later, depending on my mood. Just kidding, just messing with you. Let's play by ear, right? Let's see how much time we have towards the end of the session. If we do have enough time, I will flash some practice questions. I have prepared around 20 of them. So maybe you can just take a screenshot or something like that, and take note of the recommendations that I make as well, right? Okay, so you can see, guys, right, to the 120, 130 people in this session, just want to emphasize that I'm breaking a lot of rules today. Wow, might lose my job tomorrow. But anyway, let's proceed. So lesson 1 is about account and contact management. Lesson 2, campaign and lead management. So basically the marketing stuff, right? Things that marketing teams specifically would use will be in lesson 2. Lesson 1, I'm sure you know that accounts and contacts apply to both marketing teams and sales teams if they're in Salesforce. Okay. Also, just want to say that you may not see other people's chats, because by default the send to option says privately, or maybe it's fixed to say privately. So you don't fight with each other during during the session. But I do see your chats. So that's to Susan. I can see your chat, so don't worry about it. At least I can see your chat, so that should be fine. Lesson 3, opportunity management. So that's specific to salespeople, of course. So if you think about it, the transition or the progression of data from marketing to sales, right? So it comes from campaigns and leads, all the way to opportunities. Then you have forecasting in lesson 4. Lesson 5 is sales productivity. So this is for um, activity management, chatter, and all that stuff. Lesson 6 is for the integrations with Outlook, with Gmail, and also how to use the import wizard. We're not going to talk about or we're not going to talk about the integration tools or data management tools in a deep dive level of detail, like data loader IO, and all that stuff. But we do have a slide mentioning them, but we don't have any demonstration about that because, as I mentioned earlier, this is supposed to be an 8-hour session, so it's a full day agenda. But we're doing our best to just cover it in 4 hours, in a mere 4 hours. But again, like I said, we just make the most of our time together. Right. Onto it. Okay. Again, ladies and gents, if you have any questions that you would like to just ask at any time, place it in the chat box. I may be distracted for a few seconds as I read to your question, but I prefer it to be that way, that we have a two-way exchange so that I can sense that you're still interested, right? Because otherwise, I don't think it's going to be an optimal experience for you and myself. Anyway, so accounting contact management, what this all about? So the exam expects you to have a good level of understanding of how accounts and contacts are related to each other, some visibility, right? So the data access, object record access levels, all these things. What are the features that you tweak with or play around with to control access, right? So things like this. That's the expectation. You also see here what are the different relationship types between accounts and contacts, right? Establishing relationships. Actually, accounts and contacts are already related to each other by default. I'm sure you guys are aware. But there can be other custom relationships that you can create as well with the use of lookup fields and master detail relationship fields. But we'll talk about that later as well. Okay, so how do you work with or use the account hierarchy? Now, not all companies use this, but to those who are B2B, mainly companies who are in the B2B setup, and they do business with companies within a conglomerate and stuff like that. They may be particular about visualizing the account hierarchy. So just to give you a heads up, so not just for the certification purposes, but for real life application, you might want to also read a little bit about account hierarchy. It's a very minor feature, but to people from the management and leadership teams, they may be quite particular about visualizing account hierarchy. I'm speaking of experience because I just rolled off a project where we implemented Sales Cloud and will eventually in the next release Marketing Cloud for a huge company in Singapore, right? So I'm not going to tell you who, but there's a lot of them, of course. But yeah, we just finished implementing Sales Cloud for them, and for some reason, their leadership team are quite particular about using the account hierarchy. But anyway, 21% is about Sales Cloud solution design. If you think of it like this, ladies and gents, right? So a huge chunk, right? 21%. That's almost a quarter of the questions you can expect from the exam. If the exam has 60 questions, so you're likely going to expect what 15 or less than 15 questions talking about Sales Cloud solution design, right? So that's quite a lot. And also, I'm sure you're aware already, because if you're applying for Sales Cloud consultant certification, it means you have the admin certification, or I assume you have the admin certification already, because it's a prerequisite. You cannot apply for the Sales Cloud consultant certification exam if you don't have the admin certification yet. So if you don't have that yet, the admin certification, just perhaps secure it first so that you can apply for the Sales Cloud certification as well. Anyway, so that's a huge chunk, and the exam will require you to have, I think, 38 correct answers out of 60. That's 60%, 65%. We'll see later because I'm not good with numbers. But yeah, it's a very huge chunk. So the idea here is that For Sales Cloud solution design, just be familiar with what features you can recommend for sales users or sales groups, but also what are the features that has to do with data security, because sales teams are quite particular about this, especially in the real world. You have opportunities you're looking after, you have accounts you're looking after, and somebody else from a different team goes in and tries to snag your deal away from you because they know someone from the company. Things like this happen in the real world. So sales organizations, they're quite particular with data being private to a certain level, that only the people who are supposed to see data are able to access the data. So again, if you've already secured your admin certification, this is pretty much just easy peasy for you. But perhaps during our time later, when we cover this topic, you'll have a different perspective of it as well. Let's see how it works. By the way, I just want to announce that it is currently 12:10 Singapore time. I'm working in Singapore timings, by the way, but I'm sure you saw that this invitation is in India time, so that's 9 a.m. Starts at 9 a.m. So India time, let's have a break at maybe 11 a.m. So in Singapore time, it would be 12. Oh, sorry, no, 1:30, right? So 1:30 p.m. Maybe 15, 30 minutes. I hope you had, a heavy meal in between, or you have a heavy meal, had a heavy meal, happy meal before joining the session, or maybe because I assume everyone's working from home, you can snag a quick bite or something like that, so that we can just maximize our time together. But let's see how it goes. I'll give you a break in between after the first 2 hours, and we'll continue on from there. Okay. Anyway, let's move on. Okay. Right. So let me introduce you to Miss Allison Wheeler. So we're just going to see this character from time to time. So Allison Wheeler is the VP of Sales. So we're going to see some scenarios or receive or get some perspective as to what the requirements are from her. So we'll see her from time to time. She says the sales team wants to structure accounts in Salesforce to reflect how we work with our customers and partners. So from this requirement, we can assume that definitely they would use accounts, but they want to have a certain level of segregation between accounts, who are customers and who are partners, right? Now, depending on who your customer is, they may have other variations of accounts. For example, one company that I worked with recently segregate their account types based on customers and prospects. Okay, so it's weird, of course, because you have leads to talk about to take care of prospects, but this company's business process is slightly different. So they would monitor accounts that are prospecting accounts and customer accounts. It depends on what the business requires, of course. I mean, we have best practices in Salesforce, but at the end of the day, it's what works for the business that you would implement. In this scenario, Allison Wheeler is saying that we have accounts, but some of them may be customers, some of them may be partners. Okay, in some cases, you also have B2B accounts and B2C accounts, which we'll talk about later as well, person accounts, right? So we have business accounts and we have person accounts. So things like this. So this is one of the first questions that you should secure, and this is now in the sales consultant kind of side of sharing, right? Is that one of the first things that you need to understand is how the company manages their customers. If you're trying to implement Sales Cloud and you're meeting someone from the sales group or executives from the sales group of the customer's company, or maybe within your company because you're implementing a project, um, it's easy to get lost in sales requirements, and then you realize that you forgot about the core of the sales organization, which is customers. Because if you meet with someone from the sales team, let's say I meet with Allison Wheeler, maybe I'm a consultant and Allison Wheeler is the customer, and we have our exchanges of ideas and all that stuff. And I'm telling you, it's going to revolve around opportunities and reporting and all that stuff. And then eventually you figure out that, hey, you forgot to talk about the specifics of accounts, right? Sometimes that happens. But I call accounts the core because mostly everything around Salesforce or within Salesforce revolves around accounts. So if you think about it, you have leads, you have leads, which eventually would become accounts. You have opportunities that you link to accounts. But opportunities, they would have their end of life, or they would have their life cycle. There's a time when an opportunity is new, but eventually that opportunity would be closed. And when that time comes, you don't use that opportunity anymore. It's just there for reporting purposes. But for accounts, it is something that doesn't have a definite end of life. What do we mean by that? Today's customers can be next year's customers as well. So you have to think that accounts are always the core of the sales organization. So ask questions that are about accounts. How does the company manage accounts? So from there, you will determine how many account record types do you need. Do you need to enable person accounts, or do you just stick with business accounts and all that stuff? Right? Harsha has a question. What is a partner? So by definition, accounts in Salesforce represents a company, right? So sometimes the company you're doing business with are your customers, so they're buying something from you. But sometimes there are companies that are there to help you close deals with your customers. So you consider those as partner accounts. Now, it depends on how crazy the company is. I say crazy, but it depends on how complex the company's requirements is. Because I've seen some companies before that they even take note of their competitor companies and they put them in accounts. So yeah, so that's a little bit more complicated, but yeah, it's just different usages of how you track companies within your organization. Just think of it like this: accounts, they are companies. So depending on how or who this company is, what kind of relationship they have with you, you may have to create pick lists or maybe record types that would indicate how you work with this account or with this company. So to answer Harsha's question, partner accounts are those companies who help you close deals with your actual customer accounts. So maybe they're a distributor, maybe they're a reseller, right? And depending on what kind of logs or histories or documentations you would like to store in Salesforce, you may or may not store these partner accounts in Salesforce, right? It's up to the company, but just to give you an idea that some companies actually use this. So they would store customer accounts and they would store partner accounts as well. Those partner accounts sometimes become customers too, right? Depends on who the customer is or what the business looks like and how the business functions. Sometimes it's relevant to have both customer accounts and partner accounts. Sometimes it's just a basic label, right? Yeah, I hope that's clear. Um, Okay, question from Swapan. Partners also modeled as accounts or separate entity. Okay, so typically they would be in the same object, right? So I'm sure that's the question you're trying to frame. Do you store partners in a separate object? Typically, no, right? And also, ladies and gentlemen, just want to share with you, okay? Because from time to time, I would encounter companies with implementations that are not okay. Cindy says that I disappeared. Am I still around? Can you hear me? Anyone? Okay, good, good, good. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So Cindy might be a internet micro disconnect or something like that. Should be back. But if you're still unable to hear me, it might help to disconnect and reconnect. Anyway, where was I? Okay, yeah. I've seen some implementations before where the business is already using it, but they get to a point where they want to report on two things in the same page, but they can't because the consultant or the implementation specialist has split the data into two different objects. So you have to be mindful of this as well. And this is a nod to that question that I saw just now, that are you going to store partner accounts in a different object, yes or no? It depends on the company, it depends on the business, but if you ask me personally, I don't think it's worth the effort to create a separate object to store partners unless you want to do it for any specific purpose. If there's a specific purpose why you would like to split or segregate customer accounts versus partner accounts, then by all means go ahead. But don't be too concerned about, hey, but we have customers and partners in the same report. you can easily filter that out, right? So if you create record types, if you create pick list values that would allow you to filter, that's the easiest way to go. Creating an object separately requires, some amount of time. Okay, I'm not saying it's going to take forever, but of course you're going to create a new object. So if you're following proper project implementation guidelines, that would take some time before you go live on that new object. So you want to make sure that um, you consider that as well. Another question from George. The account object is a very powerful object indeed. No need to create a custom object. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Because you have, record types is just one thing, but if you want to do a sort of a basic tagging, there's also already a standard pick list field called type. So that's account type. So separate from account record type, you also have that pick list, that drop down that indicates what kind of customer it is. And from there, you can use that as a filter in reports. So if you would like to show a report of how many customer accounts you have versus how many partner accounts you have, it's just a matter of pick list filters, right? In the report or in the list view. There's already an object to define partner accounts, right? So it's just accounts, right? It's just the same object, accounts, just the account object, just different tagging. So I'm not saying that everyone does it, but depends on the company. They might want to track customers and partners as a label, right? Sometimes as a label, but sometimes they also want to have a different layout or interface for partner accounts and customer accounts. And that's where record types and page layouts would come in. Now, we don't have a specific discussion on record types and page layouts, but if you've already secured your admin certification, that should be basic to you. But I also suggest reading about it in help and training and also Trailhead modules. So, okay, when should we use it and what's your recommendation? So, to me, my recommendation is if you can if you can still satisfy the customer's requirement without building things from scratch, that's always the preferred solution. Okay, so this is just my recommendation to you guys. And of course, the more projects you take up, the more projects you complete, you may take from some tips from this recommendation, or maybe just your um, personal experiences on the projects that you handle. But whenever you play around with Salesforce designs and all that, our recommendation is always to exhaust the standard features first. And by exhaust, we mean you push them to their limitation. And if you reach that hard wall where the standard Salesforce features are not able to satisfy the customer's requirement anymore or the company's requirement anymore, that's when you start exploring building things from scratch. Now, by building things from scratch, you think of you remember that there are three aspects to that. You have the data, you have the logic, and you have the interface elements. Okay, so this is not specific to Sales Cloud anymore, and I think I should be somewhere around here. Okay, anyway, so when you're building things from scratch, remember that it's not just creating a custom object, because most of the time when you create something from the ground up in Salesforce, you have to consider that there are three moving parts. There are three key elements there. You have the data, you have the logic, and you have the interface or user interface elements altogether. So implementing a custom object is not just simply creating a custom object, because in the long run, if it doesn't work with the business anymore, it doesn't work for the business anymore, then you're looking at probably revamping a lot of things, because everything revolves around data. So the reason why although it's just a single slide and we've spent a few minutes here already, is because my nose is itchy. I don't know why. Sorry. Anyway, so the reason why I want to spend some time, right, sufficient time to discuss how to properly ask questions about data and what are your options, is because uh, further down the line, you may figure out that the data was not structured correctly. And because everything revolves around data, your logic and your user interface elements will be impacted if you make changes to the data when the product is already operational or functional. So always make sure that you have the data specific questions covered before you start talking about how to make it look pretty, okay? Or how to create like automations and all that stuff, right? So definitely, of course, absolutely, George. All right. Do we need Sales Cloud feature license separately or standard license? Okay. Yep. Yep. So there are there are features that are enabled specifically for Sales Cloud, but it's not as intense as Service Cloud, I would say. What do I mean? You need to sign up for, you need to request for forecasting to be enabled, right? So that's just a request. You don't really need to pay for it, if I'm not mistaken. But then again, I'm not a salesperson. But for Service Cloud, I know for a fact that you need to purchase specific feature licenses for you to have access to some features. You can buy as a bundle or you can buy a la carte as well, like getting access to knowledge and getting knowledge to live chat or access to communities. So you can have those separately, but you can have them as a bundle as well. Uh, you can say that enabling Salesforce to be a Sales Cloud environment or application is less expensive, a lot less expensive than doing it for Service Cloud. Because for Service Cloud, almost everything is a paid license. Okay, if you take Sales Cloud, do we need to set up a development team? Also, pretty much for any implementation, you should have a team likely to manage changes in sandboxes and then apply them to production. It's part of the basic recommended process for making changes or implementing anything in Salesforce, that you have a development team for when you need to make augmentations or implement new projects in Salesforce. Like you want to implement a new feature and all that stuff. You want to make sure that you have experts in the team who could do that as well. Yeah. So you may notice, and I just want to be in the sweet spot at the moment where I'm accommodating questions, but I'm not boring the rest of my audience, right? So I'll jump in and out of the chat box from time to time. But if I'm unable to respond to your chat straight away, don't worry, because it's just there. When I glance at it, I'll read it and then get back to the slide presentation accordingly, right? Just want to make sure that everyone still feels that the conversation is relevant. I'm answering questions. Some of you may feel that, but that doesn't apply to me. I'm only here for the exam, right, or something like that. So I'm just going to jump, from one end to another. Slides and then the Q&A box or the chat box. Okay, so I mentioned about. The thing about this is, right. I mean, this slide right here, the one with Allison Wheeler, is the only opportunity for me to emphasize the importance of asking questions about how the customer wants to store their accounts, right? So yeah, I mentioned earlier, and I hope you're taking notes, that as far as you can stretch the standard features, okay, do it, and only when you hit a hard wall that a requirement cannot be satisfied by just standard features, okay? When you get to that point, that's the time when you explore creating something new from scratch. Because when you start building something from scratch, it's not just a custom object. You also need to think about user interface and logic elements of what it is that you're building from scratch. Okay, so three pillars of building an app, right? So logic, data, business logic, and user interface. So data is the objects, the fields, the object relationships, right? So things like this. User interface, you have your page layouts, you have your Lightning components, you have your Lightning pages, and all that stuff. And when it comes to business logic, that's the automated stuff. So you have formula fields, you have your roll-up summaries, all the way to workflow, Lightning Process Builder, visual flows, right? So things like this. So that's what you consider, or that's what you categorize as business logic elements in your implementation. All right. Okay. I hope everyone's still okay. I hope you're still, seeing some value in the chit chat. Right. It's been quite some time since I got to this slide, and now we're moving away from it. But just want to emphasize that you want to focus on asking the right questions around data early on, because in most cases, and I always say this, it doesn't matter if it's a CRM class or a marketing class that I'm doing, data is the most expensive mistake you can make in an implementation, because most of the time when you figure out that your data is structured incorrectly, you only find out when the company's already using it or the business is already live. Pretty much you're going to have to restructure a lot of things like your user interface, your business logics. You would have to restructure when you need to restructure data. So it's not just the data that you're going to look at. So answer these questions early on. How does the customer want to store their data? How do they want to manage? Do you create a custom object, or do you first try to manage their requirements with the use of record types, page layouts, maybe a pick list field just to indicate tagging or labeling and all that stuff, right? So ask these questions, and that's where your solution designing would come in, right? So as long as you're familiar with these different options, then from there you can formulate your design and your recommendation, right? Again, well, I'm just gonna say it one more time. If the customer needs to store data in different variations or in different classifications, try exploring maybe creating a pick list field to indicate, type or the tagging or the label or something like that. It could be a custom field that you would create to indicate the tagging. It could be record types that you would create, and you would go with record types if you would like the customer to also have different layouts for the different types of data. Let's say you want customer accounts to have more fields and partner accounts to have less fields. So you may have to use record types for that. You don't necessarily create a custom object straight away. Now, if some limitations are hit and the customer's requirements are not satisfied, then explore other options after that as well. Okay, so in my line of thinking, it's custom fields first, right? Then maybe explore record types, and if record types don't work, maybe explore creating custom objects. Only then will you explore creating custom objects. So you want to be careful about this as well, because sometimes the customer wants to report on companies that they do business with, both for customers and partners, for a comparison. And you went ahead and created a separate custom object. Then what? You're going to have to create two separate reports to visualize the data, or you're going to have to create a very complex joined report, if at all possible, for you to be able to satisfy that requirement. So yeah, try to leave custom objects as a last resort if possible. Try to play around with custom fields or record types first, if it satisfies the customer's requirement. Okay, let's move on. When I say customer, you may be the customer, so you get what I mean, right? So it's likely your customer or it's your company. Now, account hierarchy. So this one is just a lookup field that you would find in the account record itself. This is a standard field, and because it's a standard field that is, as far as I know, as far as I recall, you cannot remove this from the page layout, so that's always going to be there, but it's not required to have a value in account hierarchy. This is basically your parent account field. When you look at an account, a standard field called parent account will always be there. You fill out that field, you put an account's name there. So mind you, you have to make sure that the parent account exists separately, right? So you're linking two accounts to each other. So with parent accounts, you're able to create a sort of a visualization of which company reports to which company, especially if you're in a B2B setup. You likely would have customers in conglomerates, and companies, most of the time, they would prefer to have separate accounts for the company's presence in different locations, because it's a different cost center, it's a bit different billing center, and likely the deals that they're going to sell would be in a different currency as well. For example, if your customer is like Arbuckle Laboratories in Australia, then when you close a deal, they likely would pay you in AUD. But Arbuckle Laboratories also has presence in Singapore. They likely would pay you in Singapore dollars. So things like this. So businesses would likely prefer to have separate entities for the company's presence in different regions or different offices. But you want to make sure that you're able to bring them together or link them together as well in any sort of way. This is where the parent account field is for. Okay. Now there's currently no defined limit to how many levels you can have. What I mean is you have an account and then a child account under that, and that child account can have a child account as well, and da 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 da. There's no limit to that hierarchy leveling at this time. So it's not a big deal. But this is basically what account hierarchy does. I have a question from Raj. Standard object, account type, custom object, record type, visual force. Okay, I'll get that. I may need some time to absorb that first or process that first. I'll get back to that. I'll get back to that in a bit. Yeah. Okay. Cool. 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 All right. So Raj just went ahead and gave me a full-on implementation, you know, checklist sort of. so, so let's get back to that in a bit. Okay. So this may look familiar. This is something that is relevant to your admin exam or admin preparations. So basically, this slide shows you the different features that you can tweak or play around with in order to control data access in the organization, right? So before I continue, Bhavana has a chat. Could you please explain more? Access to child account is not granted through hierarchy. Access to child account is not granted through hierarchy. Okay, okay, good question. So with account hierarchies, all right, because this is a lookup field, right? The relationship between account and another account, influenced by the parent account field, is a lookup field, right? And when you have lookup relationships, you would have read access, at least read access to the parent record, right? But it doesn't mean that you have the ability to make edits to that parent record. So, Bhavana, I hope that answers the question. If you link an account to a parent account, it means that the owner of the child account would have at least read access to the parent account. That's the standard functionality, right? Unless you make some, advanced tweaks to it. That should be the standard access. Um, all right, so I'm not sure what ETM means. I may know it, but the abbreviation may not be too familiar anymore. So, Kelvin, if you can expound, can you explain what ETM is? Or what you mean by ETM, that is. Okay. Right. So, Bhavana, let me know if that works or that. Okay. So, enterprise territory management. Yep. So, territory management is a different level. That also opens up access to accounts, but we don't have it in this course. But let's see if we can squeeze that in just a bit also, right? But territory management definitely opens up access, but it's in a different level, layer, different structure. I'll do my best. I'll open up a whiteboard and I'll write things down in a bit. Okay, so okay, another question. If the account object is private and suppose one user has access to the parent account, will that user be able to have full access to all child accounts by default? As far as I know, that's a no, right? I may have to get back to that and investigate, but I don't think that's the case. Yeah, I don't think that's the case. You may have to create a separate sharing logic or sharing rule for that. But yeah, let's get maybe I'll find out the answer during the break. I'll try, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put your question in a notepad so I don't forget. Right, so I'll do my best to answer that, but let's play by ear, right? Okay, all right. Okay, there we go. Thanks for all the questions, by the way. I appreciate them. Anyway, back to this slide, because this one looks too complicated, right? So I'm going to try to simplify it for you. So whenever you're setting up data access or privacy settings in any Salesforce organization, you should remember that there are four basic layers of restriction. So you have the organization level restriction, you have the object level restriction, you have the record level restriction, and you have the field level restriction, right? So with this, and I'm just going to put these in bullets, bullet here, a bullet here, a bullet here. With this one, I'm not going to be able to send you a copy, but you're free to take a screenshot of this when I'm finished typing, right? So this is for those of us who still have some doubts or some confusion around data access or record access management in Salesforce. So you have these four layers of security in Salesforce. Although that slide that we saw just now is it's too busy, right? I mean, if I'm just getting started with Salesforce and you show me this, I'd probably go with Oracle or something like that, right? It makes it look a bit difficult, in my opinion. So let's try to simplify it, right? Okay. So you have here the org level access. This is where your credentials come in. So you have your username, you have your password, you have in the profile, okay, you have what we call login hours. These may be familiar or sound familiar. You have login IP range, okay, in the profile. Okay, you have here in the profile as well, like things like this, right? So this would allow you to determine whether the person should have access to Salesforce or not. If you can recall from your admin learning, login hours set in the user's profile allows you to set a time period or time frame when they would be able to log into the system. If they log in before or after said time frame, they're not going to be able to authenticate. Now, the same goes for login IP range, where you can set a specific range of IP addresses that are wherein the user will only be able to access the system if they're logging in from those defined IP ranges. So technically, these two would allow you to restrict access to the system, right? So username password is just basic; it's your credential. But with regards to organization level access, you have login hours and login IP range to control or to restrict rather access to the organization. When it comes to object access, this is where profiles come in. So you have profiles and you have permission sets. So this is again just a recap to what you probably already know. Profiles, this is a bundle of permissions that you put together so that you can have restrictions for the group of users or for a group of users. If you want them to be able to see accounts but not edit or create or delete any, you uncheck those boxes and therefore you effectively restrict them from doing things. So you use profiles to make object level restrictions. Now, profiles you can use for system level permissions like are you able to create users? Are you able to customize the application? Are you able to create reports or export data? Things like this. You can do that in profiles. But with profiles, you can also determine the object level access, which is in the form of what we call CRUD, right? Create, read, update. Actually, it should be update or edit or whatever. You have your CRED. Create, read, edit, and delete. So that's what you call the object level access. With object level access, it's kind of like I'm giving you a pen and an eraser. So I'm giving you the ability to write, I'm giving you the ability to erase, but I didn't tell you yet specifically where you can use your pen or your eraser, because that's where record access comes in. But I'll talk about that later. Right? So object level access, think of it as giving the person the tools to do something, but not being specific about it yet. Like I just hand you a pen. So you now have a pen to write with, but I didn't tell you where to write yet. Okay, so that's just my analogy. Let me know if it confuses you, but hopefully that helps. But anyway, that's what profiles do. Permission sets, on the other hand, are smaller bundles of profile permissions that you assign to specific users so that you create exceptions for them. When you restrict their permissions using profiles, and this is by the way, as consultants, you should know this, whenever you do anything in sales or whenever you control any permission in Salesforce, always start with the most restrictive setting first. Always start with the most restrictive setting first. Because after you restrict, Salesforce offers you sufficient features or all the features you need to grant access after the restriction. Okay, so after you lockdown is not such a good word anymore these days, but after you lock down the permissions, it's easy for you to just allow access on a need per case basis or permission or persona based requirement. Also, at the end of the day, it's easier to accommodate complaints because people cannot do anything or cannot do something rather than firefighting because they ended up doing something they're not supposed to do. right? So I've seen some companies before, strangely enough, who would have a huge number of system admins, and before you know it, you have 200, 300 unnecessary fields created. So always start with the most restricted setting first. So profiles are used to restrict. Then you have permission sets to allow. Now, uh, yeah, okay, so that's on the object level. If, let's say, our baseline level of access for accounts is read for everybody, everyone has to read. But specific people from the team would need to have edit or delete or something like that. Okay, great. Okay, no problem with that, right? So, okay, so that's where permission sets come in. Now, for record type, oh, sorry, for record level access, this is where OWD roles. Oops, where's my cursor? OWD roles, sharing rules. Okay, and teams come in. And for field access, you have your FLS or field level security. Okay, all right. So I just listed them down so that if you're still confused about these things, you're able to read about them or study about them separately so that it's easier for you to absorb them. I'm just going to change the font colors here so that we can move forward. Okay, there we go. To represent what features are for restricting and which features are for allowing, right? This basically simplifies this slide that's showing on the screen right now. So you have all of those keywords are listed here, but it's just that this is a crammed version of it or a bundle, a summarized version of object level access and record level access placed into one slide, right? So if you want to take note of how it is or how it looks like or write it down or draw it or something like that. Okay, no problem, Mo. Don't worry about it. Okay, right. Okay, cool. So I hope this makes sense to everyone, and I hope that segregation of those features and the highlighting of red and green helped to a certain level. Okay, for now, we move on to the next item. So I believe I also wrote down in that list about account teams or teams rather, right? So teams, you would use this to grant access to a group of people or a specific person so that they would be able to see a specific account, right? So if you think about it, when you start using account teams, it is on a per record level, all right? You can automate this process as well so that all the accounts that you create or are assigned to you moving forward would automatically be assigned or shared with your account team. But this gives you the most flexibility in terms of sharing individual records. However, you use this as a last resort because you want to make sure that when you structure your record sharing model or privacy settings, you always start with OWD, role hierarchy, sharing rules, and all that stuff. And only when you need ad hoc stuff done, then you start looking at account teams. Okay, so you can read more about that as well. I actually got carried away and I realized that I'm supposed to tell you about what you need to study about and not actually give you a full admin course or anything like that. So thanks to those of you who were kind enough to give me a nudge to remind me that that should be the the agenda. Okay, that's fine. I talk a lot sometimes. Anyway, let's move on. Let's talk about filtering reports by team. So the idea is that when you set up your role hierarchy, when you set up your teams, your manager level and who reports to specific managers or to said managers, you're going to be able to take advantage of that when you create reports as well. You are able to filter reports based on ownership. But of course, this only applies if number one, you are part of the role hierarchy, and number two, you have people reporting to you in the role hierarchy. Because if you're the lowest person in the role hierarchy, you won't be able to switch to a higher level when you create a report, right? So if you're from the management level, maybe you're the CEO or the VP of sales or something like that, you will be able to use report filters in order to drill down to specific levels of users, okay, so that you can see data as if you were from that level. Okay, moving on. All right, so this one right here, the this setting actually was not covered in the admin course. So in admin, you had private, public read only and public read write for the OWD. To be clear, this is for OWD. You can see up here it says organization-wide defaults, right? So in the OWD, you have from the 201 learning, you have private, public read only, and public read write. Now here we're introducing controlled by parent, and there are a few things to take note of that. And just I trust you would be able to do your research on this as well. When you have this implication of controlled by parent, this configuration, right? Typically, controlled by parent is a security setting or OWD setting that you can use for objects that are related using a master detail relationship, right? Okay, so controlled by parent means that, okay, uh, whatever access you have on the parent, you have the exact same access to the child. In this case, if you have access to the account, uh, you will have access or equal level of access to the contacts related to that account. If in OWD you say the access setting is controlled by parent, I hope that that makes sense. So controlled by parent means that whatever access you have to the parent is the same access that you would have to that child object, right? So that's what controlled by parent means. Now, there's a number of objects that you will see has this setting, but however, if you create custom objects and you link them or relate them with each other using master detail relationship instead of a simple lookup field, then you will have this OWD setting of controlled by parent available there as well, right? Okay, so moving on. So what is the relationship between accounts and contacts? Some of you may be asking that. So some of you who've been around long enough probably can tell that accounts and contacts, they don't seem to be related in a lookup relationship. Some of you may think that it's a master detail relationship, right? So, and please do your research on this as well, right? Lookup fields, because this is not in the 201 course, versus master detail relationship, right? So lookup field versus master detail relationship. So the relationship between accounts and contacts is neither one of these two. It's a special kind or special blend of these two actually. So there are some elements of their relationship, account and contact, that are sort of lookup-ish, but at some point you will think that they're like a master detail relationship. It's a special relationship that you only have in accounts and contacts specifically. So it's neither one of the two, but you can see in some places it tells you that the relationship is lookup, but strangely enough, you can observe that there are master detailed behaviors that you're able to observe. For example, you can create roll-up summary fields in accounts versus contacts. So things like this that are specific to master detail relationships only. So yeah, things like that. Okay. If activity was not set private and task is created from the account, where a user has okay, so Rajesh, I'll get back to that question. It's quite a long one. It might require me to think a little bit to answer that question. Mohan has a question. There's a special relationship on every standard object. Not really, but you can think that the big four actually has a special kind of relationship with each other. What are those big four? You have accounts, contacts, case, and opportunities, right? So yeah, just take note of it. And as you navigate around the application and as you do your research and preparation for this consultant certification, it will start to make more sense. Accounts, contacts, cases, and opportunities. These big four, typically you would observe that there's a special kind of relationship between these four, that they seem to be lookup relationship, but they have the properties of a master detail relationship as well. But it's not as strict as a master detail relationship. Anyway, so this one's basic, that accounts are related to contacts. Of course, we all know that. Account being the parent and contact being the child object. So the logic is, if you're looking at a parent record, there will be a related list showing you all the child records. While if you're looking at a child record, there should be a lookup field showing you what the parent record is. Okay? All right. Okay, so moving on to the next one first. Now, this one is also not part of admin contact roles. So, contact roles is a special object that allows you to relate contacts to multiple accounts. Okay, so I'm sure we're all aware that accounts and contacts, their relationship is one to many, which means one account can have multiple contacts. Turn my camera sideways, I think. So one account can have multiple contacts. Just gonna do it like this. One account, multiple contacts, but each of these contacts, right, can only have one account. So that's one to many. So that's the standard relationship between accounts and contacts. However, in some cases, your customers or your company may say that, hey, but this contact is kind of like a liaison officer, or kind of like a reseller, or kind of like someone who helps us sign the deals or have the deals closed or something like that. So with this, you can use the object called contact roles, which allows you to relate a contact to multiple accounts. Now they become many to many. With contact roles, you're able to link the same contact to multiple accounts if necessary. Okay, so let's be clear on that. It's a separate object. It's a standard object nonetheless, but it once you start using this, if you include this to your layout, once you activate this, you're able to now create a one-to-many relationship where the one is contacts, right? So they suddenly become many to many. So one contact can now be associated to multiple accounts, and one account can be associated to multiple contacts as well. Okay, so that's what contact roles is for. Now, partner roles is quite similar to contact roles. The only difference is that instead of contacts and accounts, this is now opportunities and accounts. With partner roles, you're able to link um, an opportunity with you're now able to link an account or multiple accounts to the same opportunity. Let's say there's this opportunity ABC Labs, and there are a number of accounts that need to be linked there. So you can see in this example, there's the distributor, there's the reseller. So these distributors, resellers, they're companies. So technically, their accounts are partner accounts who we can link to these opportunities because they're the ones who are helping us fulfill the orders or sign the deals and all that stuff. So just remember that contact roles and partner roles, okay, allows you to create a an extension of the relationship between contacts and accounts and opportunities and accounts respectively, right? So with these objects enabled and added to the layout, you're able to do just that. Again, for contact roles, it is for contacts who need to be related to multiple accounts, while for partner roles, it is for when multiple accounts need to be associated to opportunities. All right. So, okay, I see another question here. One account has multiple contacts and multiple opportunities. Da, 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 da. Okay, good. So always also remember that updating the ownership of an account could potentially automatically change the ownership of opportunities cases as well. If you haven't tried it before, if you have a practice environment or your trailhead environment perhaps, try to transfer an account from one user to another, and you'll notice that you'll get a prompt that asks you, do you want to transfer opportunities as well? Do you want to transfer cases as well? But in the case of contacts, it's not possible. Whenever you transfer an account to someone else, the contact follows straight away. Okay, so that's how you remember I mentioned earlier that these big four account contacts, opportunities, and cases, sometimes they behave like lookup fields. Sometimes, depending on the circumstances, they would behave like master detail relationship fields. The behavior is always it's the same behavior for what's between accounts and contacts, or between accounts and opportunities, excuse me, or between what's accounts and cases, but it's not exactly the same behavior across all four objects, if you get what I mean. Can we use the data loader to deactivate account owner update? Can we use data loader for inactive account owner update? I'm not sure what you mean by that. You can use the data loader to update the account owners. Yep, you can do that. But you won't be able to transfer accounts to inactive users. Vice versa, you can, right? So the other way around is possible. If you want to transfer an account from an inactive user to an active user, that's possible. But the other way around, not possible. You cannot assign records to inactive users. Hi, Chase. So partner roles are in addition to account field in the opportunity. Actually, partner roles is a related list. Okay, so it's not actually a field. It's a related object, right? So you have it separately. So contact roles, partner roles, these are going to appear as related lists because you're creating an object relationship with this. If you think about it, just imagine, right? So let's just use our imagination. You have account, you have opportunity, right? So these two are separate objects, and you put in an object in between called partner roles, and that behaves as your junction object, right? So to those of you who are familiar, right? So junction object means that you put an object in between two other objects to create a many-to-many relationship, right? So you now have something from A and something from B linked together with a catalyst called that junction object, right? So you now have many-to-many relationship, right? So David, I hope that answers the question. Moving on, we now go to module or lesson number 2. Okay, so by the way, guys, like I said, we spent quite a lot of time there, so I hope you took notes on the things that you may need to do extra reading for. Okay, right. Let's talk about the marketing stuff. Okay, so campaign and lead management. Actually, Sales Cloud Solution Design, we saw that earlier already as well, right? So this is just a continuation of that. So you see still 21%, but the Sales Cloud Solution Design is influenced by these different lessons accordingly, right? So for marketing and leads, we're just going to understand or just enumerate the things that leads are capable of doing. What are campaigns and how do we use campaigns? What are the other possibilities for leads, like lead scoring and all that stuff, conversion, how do you customize these things? And then back to Sales Cloud Solution Design is, what are the features that could support the marketing specific items, based on the requirement. So another character that we're seeing now is the VP of Marketing called Connor McCoy. He says, the marketing team wants to run successful campaigns that generate high quality leads. Now, just want to say that campaigns are not only for leads, okay? So sometimes, I'll just share with you a business scenario from a recent client where they would create a report of contacts coming from accounts that they want to target. And then once they have that report of contacts, they would include those contacts into campaigns so that in turn they can be generated as leads. But it could be the other way around as well. You may capture leads and you can put them into campaigns so that you can launch a marketing event for those leads so that you can take the relationship further, right? So maybe those leads are coming from the website. Maybe there was a trade show and they logged in the registration in the entrance and you want to use them as leads for your next campaign. So you can link these leads into campaigns so that you have you get to know these customers better, and hopefully they get converted as accounts. But some companies, they would also use campaigns for their existing customers. So in which case, I just explained earlier that example where the company creates a report of contacts that they want to target, and then they link them or they add them into a campaign. They start sending stuff to these campaign members and invite them to events, like things like this. Okay, so the idea is that campaigns, in a nutshell, right? A campaign is a documentation of a marketing effort that is done by the, of course, marketing team. It could be a trade show. It could be a webinar. It could be an email campaign or anything like that. So campaign is a representation of a marketing effort, and that's basically it. So okay, let me just put my camera on the other side. Okay, because there's some text over there. Okay, so that's what campaigns are. And inside campaigns, you can relate what we call campaign members. Now, the campaign members, as the name suggests, these are people, right? And how many objects do we have in Salesforce that represent your customers as people? You have leads, you have contacts, and if you have person accounts enabled, you can have person accounts there as well. To those of you who don't know what a person account is, a person account is an account and a contact combined. Because when you start using Salesforce, accounts and contacts are built to represent B2B setup. So you have the business account, which is the company, and then the contact is the person who works for that company. So that's a typical setup. But if you would like to cater to B2C or business to consumer, you need to enable what we call person accounts. A person account is an account that functions as a contact. This is for when your customers are not companies, but instead are individuals or consumers, right? So that's where you have person accounts. So I hope that's clear. So you have leads, you have contacts, and you have person accounts who are, you know, you could possibly include to campaigns as what we call campaign members. Now, you might be asking, Chase, what's the purpose? Why would you have campaign members? It's because these campaign members can be easily targeted as a recipient of emails, perhaps, right? So you can also um, you can send them EDMs, you can send them invitations, you can extract this list for, if you have your event management in a different platform. But that's the idea. You have the data in Salesforce as leads or contacts or person accounts, and you put them together in a campaign so that you can track that these are your target audiences for a marketing effort. Okay, so Rajesh has a question. That's a very interesting one. Can we create a contact on a person account? The answer is no, because the person account itself is the contact, right? Okay. You're creating an entity that represents a person regardless of who they work for. So there's no company involved anymore. So that person account is already an account and a contact in one. So you're not able to create contacts under a contact, basically, right? So that's what person accounts is for. Okay, another question. If so, can we create multiple contacts? Oh yeah, I already answered that question. So you cannot create contacts in a person account. Harsha, can you please explain person accounts again? Okay, so if you think about it, right? So we have. Okay, let me annotate, explain to you because person accounts, and I understand where you're coming from because this is not part of the admin course. So it is to be expected that some of you may be confused about it. Okay, so in a typical Salesforce setup, out of the box, right? So from the standard configuration, you have accounts, right? So I'm just creating circles and just follow my speech. And under accounts, you have the contacts, right? Okay. Anyway, the contacts work for the account, right? So that's the one-to-many relationship you have there. But this only applies if you are on a B2B setup because there's a business you're doing business with. There's a company you're doing business with, and there are contacts reporting to that business or that company. Now, the purpose of having the contacts is because these are the people that you communicate with. These are the people that you contact specifically, and they work for that account. Now, this B2B setup of data doesn't really work well if your company, right, if your business caters to consumers. Now sometimes you would have business to business only, sometimes you would have business to consumers only, sometimes you would have both. And this is where person accounts come in. With person accounts, you create an entity, okay, which is already the person, right? So that's the person. So you can contact this person, but at the same time, that represents an account. Chase, I'm still confused. Now, let me explain it from a different perspective. When you create a contact, you always need to provide an account, right? Because when you create a contact, you create a person record, but that person needs to work for a company that you're doing business with. So therefore, when you create an account, you always need to create when you create a contact, you always need to relate it to an account. So that's a limitation for, if you're on B2B, that makes sense. But if you're on B2C, that's quite a hassle because, how are you going to represent those consumers, right? Do you need to create a generic account and link all consumers to them? Some companies do that, but some companies would just prefer to enable what we call person accounts. Now, the idea is whenever you create a new account, if you have person accounts enabled, I don't have my Wacom pad with me at the moment. If you have a new account, if you're going to create a new account, you can choose between whether you're going to create a business account or you're going to create a
person account, right? So when you create a business account, it means that you're going to create contacts underneath. And when you create a person account, it means that the account you're creating will also function as the contact itself. So every time you create a person account, you represent a person ignoring the company. So it means that you don't care who they work for because they're your customer as a direct consumer, right? Now, when it comes to cases and opportunities, it's the same for both. You can create opportunities under a business account or a customer account. Just think of it like this, guys. If you're running a business, you may cater to companies, and sometimes you may cater to consumers directly. This is where this segregation comes in, right? And these are managed by using what we call record types, but that's a special kind of record type that you need to enable first. So when you create a new account, once person account is enabled, you have the option to choose between whether you want to create a business account record type or a person account record type. I hope that makes sense. Um, Okay, let me check. Okay, Harsha, let me know if that makes sense. Hopefully that explains it better this time. Mohan has a question. Okay, isn't campaign part of Marketing Cloud? CRM and the Marketing Cloud are two separate platforms. Therefore, if you would like to run your campaigns in CRM, or you'd like to just track your campaigns in CRM, then you can create campaigns here. But there's a campaign object in Marketing Cloud as well, which you can link between, you can have a campaign in CRM and a corresponding counterpart in Marketing Cloud, but always think that they're separate platforms, right? So, because that's the reality of it. CRM and Marketing Cloud are separate platforms. It's just that because the Marketing Cloud has been acquired by Salesforce, there's a plugin that allows them to communicate with each other. But by right, in reality, they're two separate products, right? So I hope that answers the question, Mohan. Okay, thank you. Okay, to explain person account, you can enter. Okay, yeah. So person account is basically if you're catering to person B2C, okay, business to consumer setup. Okay, you know how Salesforce? Yeah. Okay, so I think Rajesh, I already answered the question that when you create a new account, it will ask you, do you want to create a business account or a person account, right? So that is basically a record type, right? So if you, as you read further about person accounts, at the back of your mind, just always remember it's a record type. It's just a record type. But before you enable person accounts, to enable person accounts, you call Salesforce. But before you call them to enable person accounts, you need to create two record types first: business account and person account, right? So basically, you enable the record types, and then Salesforce flips a switch to make it behave as a person account, right? So yeah, it's quite an intricate process, but please read on about it. Person account is quite an interesting concept as well. Right. So do we have any standard field? Yeah. Okay. Because it's a record type, right? So when you create an account and you say it's a person account, since person account is actually a record type, it's you can display that as a field as well, right? So that's an indicator that you can use in reports or list view as a filter. So in person accounts, you have first name, last name, yes, email, phone, okay, yeah. Just imagine that you combined the account record and the contact record into one. So that's basically it. That's what person accounts allows you to do. The reason why you need to create the record type first before asking for the feature to be enabled is because once the feature is enabled, the person accounts record type will have both contact fields and account fields into one, right? So that's basically how it works, right? Okay, can you create a parent and child person accounts? You can have a relationship that links person accounts with other person accounts. Yes, that's possible, Sunil. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, Harsha, that's kind words from you. Thank you so much. I'm glad to know that now person accounts makes more sense to you. Can we enable person accounts on a dev org? The answer is yes, but please look for the help and training article about person accounts or enabling person accounts. Follow the instructions there and then request for person accounts. I'm sure you can. I've seen that before. But before you raise the request to the support team, okay, you need to make certain preparations first. And also, Mohan just mentioned something interesting here, that once person accounts are enabled, you cannot disable them anymore. But okay, it doesn't mean that you cannot. To be clear, once you enable the feature person accounts, you cannot disable it anymore. But the best you can do is to hide the record type from the users so they don't create person accounts moving forward. But now that we understand what business account versus person account means, I think we're good to go. With regards to access, like hiding the record type, you can figure it out for sure because that's admin 201 stuff. Um, can you use person accounts in account hierarchies? You can create a custom relationship that links person accounts with other person accounts, but it doesn't show parent account, right? So the parent account field disappears in person accounts. As far as I can recall, when you create a person account, it doesn't show the account hierarchy field or the parent account field, but you can create a custom relationship. This is as far as I can recall. That may have changed, but last that I saw, that's how it behaved. Okay. Okay. So Rob, that is correct. Okay. Okay. All right. So for representing SME or enterprise, small SMB, small medium business or enterprise accounts, right? So that's more of tagging already. So I'm not sure if you need a record type separately for that, or maybe it can just be a pick list field, right? I get what you mean because most sales companies they would have um, assignment segregations, right? Who gets to look after accounts that are small or which are the large accounts. So typically, and I'm describing it based on how we at Salesforce manages or how we manage our accounts. We also have that kind of tagging. We have SMB and we have enterprise accounts and all that stuff. But that's just managed with the use of picklist fields, right? So you just create a picklist field to indicate whether this account is enterprise or SMB. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Okay, moving on. It's quite an exciting conversation already. Anyway, let's move on. So campaign hierarchy. So similar to account hierarchy, you can also create campaign hierarchies. So I'm not going to spend too much time here. Just know that you can create campaigns and child campaigns as well. For example, you have a global campaign event, but for each country, you have a sub campaign because each company or each country would have their own budget, would have their own invitees, their own audiences, because they have their own customer pool in every country, right? But in general, this is a worldwide campaign, right? And then we have smaller campaigns underneath, right? So that's what campaign hierarchies are for. So you can create campaigns and link other campaigns to them as well. So that's what it basically means. Okay, right. So I hope that makes sense. Okay, all right. Okay, just rearranging my screens here. And another screenshot, 144 people in the session right now. Okay, I hope you're having fun. Okay, anyway, also it's worth your time to read about campaign influence because campaign influence in a nutshell basically means that you can create campaigns to help close opportunities, right? So that's basically what it means. You can create campaigns that would help you close opportunities, and from there, you can check, you can study, you can analyze what's the contribution of this campaign to the closure or the winning of this opportunity. Okay, so you launched an email campaign, you launched a trade show or something like that. How did it help when it comes to closing the opportunity or winning the opportunity? So that's what campaign influence is for. So it's a good read about it, but you can see here that in a nutshell, what it means is that you can analyze uh, what's the influence of a campaign to the success of an opportunity. Some companies use this. Some companies they would only use campaigns for uh, qualifying more leads. Sometimes for trying to sell new things to their existing customers. But in some cases, they would also create campaigns to help boost an opportunity or help an opportunity to successfully close, right? So that's these are different ways of using campaigns. I'm not saying that it's something that everyone is expected to do, because of course every business would have their own preference on how they would use these features, right? But just know that this is what campaign influence is for, that you can create a campaign, link it to an opportunity so that you can track how much influence those campaigns made to the winning or the closure of that opportunity. Okay, so sorry, let's go back one page. Okay, so also be aware that because campaigns is a separate object, it's also going to follow a separate OWD sharing rules, right? And also object permissions would have to be assigned separately as well. Also, if you assign the feature license to the user called marketing user, and to be clear, this is not marketing cloud, okay? I believe I established earlier that Salesforce CRM and the Salesforce Marketing Cloud are two different products. So when you see these marketing stuff in this interface in Salesforce, it's not Marketing Cloud, okay? It's just that we can support both sales users and marketing users in the Sales Cloud. This is the reason why you have that marketing tagging or labeling and all that stuff. When you assign the feature license called marketing user, it allows the user to manage campaigns and campaign members. Also on the side, it allows them to import or mass import leads. Okay, so these are the things that you allow the user to do when you assign them with the marketing user feature license. Okay, the App Exchange also shows you or will show you some plugins or apps that would help you exceed the limitations or marketing limitations of Salesforce. Think of it like this, guys, and just take note of it. Right, you can quote me, but it's not something that's rarely discussed. But the Salesforce CRM application is not a marketing tool. Okay, right? So the Salesforce CRM application is not designed to be a marketing tool. For starters, with the Salesforce CRM, although it allows you to send mass emails, you have a limit of 1,000 mass emails per day. For a large enterprise, they likely would have more than 1,000 customers, right? So that's definitely not going to make the cut. And also, if they're running multiple campaigns, they definitely need to send more than 1,000 emails per day. So with that, you may need to explore other App Exchange packages. And here you would also have the plugins to Pardot and Marketing Cloud, but that would require you to have a subscription for Pardot and Marketing Cloud as well. But you can find other applications there for marketing management, mainly for sending out EBMs, because that's mostly the reason why companies would want to have more or would like to get more out of Salesforce, because really Salesforce CRM is not designed to be a marketing uh, EBM or communications tool. Okay. How can we represent? Okay. Oh, sorry. Regarding Prabhas's question, the SME enterprise, I think I didn't answer the question, your question precisely. But for SME and enterprise, because you're doing business with a company at that point, so those companies are supposed to be business accounts. If you're selling to Chase Obsuna, that's a person account, right? Okay, so if you're able to tag a customer as SMB or SME or enterprise, it means there's a company involved. And SME or SMB, SME, right? These taggings are specific to the size or pertains to the size of the company you do business with, which means their company. So that's a business account, right? Okay, so I hope that makes sense. So Rob has a question. Do we need to procure marketing user feature license separately? The answer is no. The marketing user feature license is automatically equivalent to the Salesforce licenses that you have, right? Be mindful that there's a difference between user license and feature license, okay? But from a procurement perspective, so you have the Salesforce user license. Every Salesforce user license you have will grant you or will allow you to have one marketing user feature license. Salesforce user license, marketing user, feature license, they're always equal. Okay, so I hope that answers the question. So Rob, moving on to the next slide. By the way, we're a few minutes away from taking our break, about 7 minutes. Okay, you also can create reports to visualize campaign performance, but not only that, you can also create reports to add campaign members. If you remember, I mentioned earlier that there's this company that I did business with quite recently where they would create a report of accounts and contacts so that they can use those contacts and inject them or include them into a campaign so they become the campaign members. So they create a filtered report to somehow target their customers that they want to include in that event. And then with a few clicks, you can see here, this is a screenshot of a report. So only if you've created a lead or a contact report, you will have or you will have this button right here that says add to campaign, right? So with add to campaign, you are adding all the leads or all the contacts in that report into the campaign as campaign members, right? So just remember that when it comes to reporting to campaigns, you can report on how well the campaign did by reporting on the campaign object itself, but also you can create reports to support your campaign. In this case, you create a contact or lead report to identify who your campaign members are. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. Oops, sorry. Now, what about lead conversion? So this is basic ADX 201 or admin 201 stuff. But when you convert a lead transforms into an account, a contact, and an opportunity. And you can also optionally create a task as a result. Okay, so just be mindful that when you convert a lead, okay, the campaign history of the lead is brought over to the opportunity record as well, if you choose to create an opportunity out of the lead conversion. Okay, so just remember that from the conversion, nurturing, qualification of the lead up until the opportunity stages already, okay, the influence of the campaign sticks. Okay, so you're going to be able to still monitor how the campaign has influenced a lead or an opportunity to progress. Okay, if we create opportunity from account, that's the campaign. How to associate the campaign to opportunity? Is that the question? There is if you go to a campaign, you can find a lookup field that links it to an opportunity, right? So that's how it works. And also, because that's a one-to-many relationship, when you create a campaign, you can associate it to an opportunity. And when you create an opportunity, you have a related list for campaigns. But that's by default hidden from the page layout. You can expose it in the page layout. Let me know, Rajesh, if that answers the question. Zaire has a question. How can we differentiate between revenue versus influence when it comes to campaigns? Revenue versus influence. Okay, so let's talk about that later. We circle back to that, Zaire. But I would say that the metrics for that oftentimes varies depending on the company because they have different metrics for that as well. Neil, does that mean that contacts related to an opportunities account automatically becomes contacts related to opportunities automatically becomes campaign members? No, no, that's not going to be an automatic sequence. You need to specifically pick out who will be your campaign members. Now, if you in your trailhead org, okay, because campaigns are enabled there, you can try to create a campaign, and you can see that you can associate or you can link contacts or leads into that campaign. You can take them from reports, but associating or linking a an opportunity to a campaign doesn't necessarily make the contacts campaign members, right? So that's just to answer Neil. And everyone else might be confused, but just remember that when you add campaign members, you only add campaign members. When you associate an opportunity to the campaign, you're only linking the opportunity to the campaign. Anything related to the opportunity, that's a different story. Okay. Right. Can you create rules to auto add members? Yeah, of course. You can have automations to automatically add these members as well. Okay. Which also just want to plug it in that the process builder has been augmented so much in the past few releases that you can almost do anything with process builder. We can say that some things that you used to have to write code for you can now do with just process builder. Okay, so yeah, that's a good addition. Anyway, let's move on. Mapping lead fields. Okay, so just remember that when it comes to lead management, when you create custom fields in leads, you want to map them to custom fields in accounts, contacts, or opportunities as well. The logic is quite simple. When you create, when you use the standard object called leads, all the standard fields in there, not all, not 100% all, but most of the standard fields in a lead has or already has counterparts in accounts, contacts, and opportunities. But those counterparts are also standard fields. So standard fields in leads map with standard fields in account, contacts, and opportunities, which means that if you go in and create custom fields in leads, you want to create custom fields in account, contact, or opportunity that they would map with as well. The purpose of this is because if you have custom fields in leads and you end up converting the lead without mapping it to a custom field in account, contact, or opportunity, you lose that data. Because when you convert the lead and the lead becomes transformed into an account, contact, or opportunity, those custom fields in the lead have nowhere to go, right? The data in those custom fields, they have nowhere to go. So whenever you create custom fields in leads and you want to retain that information after conversion, you want to make sure that you create counterparts in accounts, contacts, and opportunities and map them accordingly. For example, I'm going to create a custom field in leads. I'm going to call this, I don't know, tagging or market size tagging or something like that. When you convert that lead, you want to retain that value, perhaps in the account. Then you want to create another field in account that would be a counterpart of that field, and then you map them together. So you now have a custom field in lead called market size, and then accounts, you would also have the field called market size. You map them together so that when you convert the lead, the market size field value in the lead will be brought over to the account field for market size. I hope that makes sense. So that's what this means for lead mapping. All right. Okay. Right. So I'll get back to the questions later. So lead conversion considerations. Now, if you go to the setup page, know that you can also fine tune the behavior of lead conversion. You can see here that for lead conversion settings, you may or may not require field validations, which is a handy tool as well. Depends on the business, of course. Some businesses, they would just like the lead to be converted, don't care about the required fields or things like that, or validation rules. Some companies, they will be very specific about it. So in such cases, you want to make sure that validation is required upon lead conversion. So yeah, you may take a quick look at this lead conversion settings in the setup page just to be familiar with it as well. Okay, that's going to be a good lead. Now, when it comes to lead data quality, you can use the import wizard to ensure that there are no duplicates. But I would say data quality when it comes to leads is not just when you import the lead. Sometimes you also want to make sure that updating the leads, progressing the stages, and all that stuff would be relevant as well. The data input wizard can help prevent duplicates, but maintaining lead data quality is beyond just import wizard. Okay, so you want to make sure that all the fields that are required for the leads before they progress to opportunities are there. You can create reports in order to monitor lead data quality. You can also implement validation rules or required fields to ensure that leads are always of good data quality and that important fields are not missing all the time, right? Okay, so that's what this slide tells us. How about reporting on leads? Okay, so how many slides? Okay, just one more slide and then we have our break. Okay, reporting on leads. Okay, so you can use standard reports. Actually, Lightning Experience doesn't have standard reports. I just remembered. But you can create reports on leads to display when they got converted. So you can create a lead conversion report, right? Allowing you to monitor or to visualize what was the lead before it got converted, and when it got converted, what was the account, contact, and opportunity that it got converted into. Okay, so that's one thing you can do when it comes to lead reports. That's a standard report type, by the way. And you can also, this one is just a segue that you can use summary formulas in the lead report as well, if you would like to calculate conversion rate ratio and all that stuff. Okay. All right. So we will have a quick break first. So let's have a 15-minute break. I'll give you just 15 minutes because we still have a lot to talk about. And after 15 minutes, we resume and we will talk about opportunity management. Also, during our 15-minute break, I'm going to read I'm going to read the questions in the chat box so that we can discuss that when we return as well. Okay, so I'll pick out the questions that are interesting from there, and we'll discuss it when we return from the break. So everyone, you have 15 minutes. Please be back in 15 minutes. Grab a quick snack or toilet break or anything like that. We will resume in 15 minutes. Please feel free to drop your questions in the chat box as well while we're on break. See you in a bit. Okay, everybody, I think we should be ready to proceed. It's getting hot in here, actually, so I think it's the time of the day. Of all days where my air conditioning can fail, it had to be today. Had to be today. Actually, I used to always wear suits and ties every time I teach, even after we started to do all virtual classes because of COVID. But eventually, I figured that it's too hot, and also I gained weight since the quarantines and all that stuff. I gained weight, so not too many of my suits fit me anymore. Anyway, let's proceed. Let me just get this chat box out of the way. Yeah, I know. Casual is the new normal. Actually, I ordered a what you call a Zoom suit. Typically, what we call a Zoom suit, where it is a suit with the proper layers and fabric, but it's only in the front. So you just put your arms inside and button it at the back. And that's your Zoom suit. Then inside you can just be wearing a tank top or something like that. It's quite funny though. But yeah, yeah. I mean, find me on LinkedIn. I'll send you the link. Anyway, let's move on. So you may have noticed, to those of you who didn't go on break, the hardcore learners who didn't want to go on break, didn't want to leave me alone during the break time. I have listed my responses to your questions right here. Okay. Okay. Right. So some questions in the chat box. So let me just go through them first. Explain to you what these are. I have one more question from Susan. It's a very interesting one. I'll get back to that in just a bit. Okay. So anyway, to Josh, okay, campaign member status is a field that you have in campaign members, the campaign members object, that is, which represents your progress with the customer. How far have you come in terms of engaging with this customer. You have the option to create custom values for this, but typically it will be just sent and responded. Okay, you start off with two values here initially, and you can add more if you want. So some people would say declined or registered or something like that. I'll give you a use case. To some companies who implemented both CRM and the Marketing Cloud, what they would do is that they would create the campaign in Salesforce CRM. They would add the campaign members by creating that report, putting them into the campaign. And with the integration between the CRM and Marketing Cloud, they can pull all of those campaign members into the Marketing Cloud campaign, send the emails and all that. And as a result, if they want, they can update the campaign member status here as well out of an integration, right? So then they can say they can update the value to send, depending on whether they send it already using the Marketing Cloud, and if the Marketing Cloud tracking detail says that the customer has signed up for the event, then they can update that also in CRM. But that's a specific customization that you can also perform if you have an integration between Sales Cloud and Marketing Cloud. Just remember that they are two separate products, but it's quite seamless when it comes to integrating both. To Sarab, okay, so custom fields in leads can only be mapped to custom fields. So custom fields to custom fields only. You cannot map them to standard fields because these standard fields in accounts, contacts, and opportunities are pre-mapped with lead standard fields. So pretty much all the standard fields that you got to capture from the lead already has fields that they map with in accounts, contacts, and opportunities, but that's only, as mentioned, standard fields. Okay, all right. Okay, so all right. So Abhijit, right? So leads, when you convert them, they can no longer be searched for. They will no longer appear in list views. But if you go to the URL, because sometimes, right, you can extract the lead ID. You may have extracted the lead ID using reports or a data backup. and then you decide that, hey, why not I go to the URL bar of Salesforce and I just put the ID there after .com/, and of course that brings you specifically to the record. But if you do that, it would only show you three links that would tell you what's now the account or the contact or the opportunity that this lead got converted into. If you think about it, if you convert a lead to an opportunity account or a contact, that lead still exists. Okay, if you think from a data standpoint, that lead still exists. However, on the front end, on the interface itself, you no longer have those fields or the same interface that you used to see when the lead used to be a lead, right? But if you would use data loader, you can still extract the values of what that lead was prior to conversion. Okay, because the data is still the same. The data is still there. It's just that from the interface perspective, we don't show you the same interface anymore because that lead has already progressed into something else, which is now the account contact and optionally the opportunity. I hope that makes sense. And that is for Abhijit. All right. Okay. Kritika has a follow up on that. We can see converted leads using permission sets. Yeah, you can see. I haven't tried that before. Like, see the lead from how it looked like before. I know you can view the converted lead, but it's only going to show you the links. But yeah, yeah, you can capture that in reports as well. But looking at the lead itself, like the lead record itself, from the time that it was still a lead in the same manner, same interface, like a lead record, I haven't tried that permission set yet. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, and then I'll just okay, put it here, research, and that's for you and for me as well. Permission to view converted lead information. Yeah, because basically I haven't tried it before. But if you say that it's in a permission set, it doesn't mean that it is a permission. It might not mean that it's a permission set per se, but it could be that a permission set has been created to include that specific permission. So I'm gonna look up that permission, and yeah, might be something good to learn as well. Perfect. Thanks, Kritika. Oh, okay. All right. So Rupali added something there. Okay. Thanks for that. Yeah, we're learning together. Rupali says view and edit converted leads. Okay, so I'll look that up as well. You see, I mean, with years of experience, because this is constantly changing, there are things that I may have missed in the past releases too. So thanks for that info, Rupali and Kritika. Okay, let's move on to Mohammed. Okay, if okay, so if you turn up that lead validation option that I showed you in the slide earlier, the idea there is that it would not require all the fields that are required when creating accounts, contacts, or opportunities. That's basically what it is. Meaning it allows you to convert the lead into incomplete accounts, contacts, and opportunities. Sometimes that makes sense depending on the requirement of the customer. But I would say if you don't have automations in place that would make up for it or compensate for the incomplete data, it is still recommended that you always keep that check to require validation upon lead conversion. Validation that it's pertaining to is the validation of the account, contact, and opportunity that gets created out of the conversion. Right? I hope that makes sense. That's Mohan. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. So on that view and edit converted leads, it's a permission that you can either include to the profile. Oh, sorry, profile or the permission set. Because permissions can be assigned to either using either one, profile or permission set. Okay, Rajesh has this question. Do I need to write codes or programming for mapping lead fields? The answer is no. So here's the click path. You go to Setup, Object Manager, Leads, Fields and Relationship. You take a look at the top right corner where you typically would find Set History Tracking, New, right? So there are those buttons up there at the top right corner. And you will find a button that says Map Lead Fields, I think it was. and that's only available in the leads object itself, right? So you'll find it there, and that's how you map lead fields. For Kelvin, data.com, because I haven't seen it for quite a while. And last that I checked, data.com has been sunset. And I think it's been a long time since that happened. So I don't know about this though, the data.com feature. I know that back in the day, you can use data.com to qualify leads, deduplicate leads, find leads even, okay? But after yeah, because the partnership between Dun and Bradstreet and Salesforce ended for some time, and as far as I know, Data.com was sunset as a result. So I'm not sure if Data.com is still relevant these days, and if you're even going to get a question about Data.com in the certification, but just in case you do, yeah, it's best to read about it. But I don't think it's still an existing feature anymore because I know that it's been sunset some time ago. To Karen. Okay. Yeah. So about releases, when you're implementing new features, and just so happens that it's the schedule for when a Salesforce release happens, like spring release, winter release, summer release, right? That's what release I'm pertaining to. If it falls on the same date that you need to implement something new, and it's also the release window, just find or take a look at the I think that's at status.salesforce.com. You can find the information there on when the release for your instance would be. When you find that schedule, try to avoid it as much as possible. But that's typically going to happen over the weekend in the evening of your time zone, based on which instance you're assigned to. And a friend of mine from the release team said that with advancements these days, they can even run the new release in less than 5 minutes. Okay, yeah. So just avoid that 5 minute time frame. Okay. Rutika, any standard indicator on account contact opportunity which indicates this is created from a lead conversion? As far as I don't think so. I mean, there's the lead source. I think there's a lead source field also in account, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, but sometimes, or some companies that I've seen before, they would have a custom indicator, like a checkbox or something like that, to indicate that it came from a lead or something. Yeah. You can try that too. But as far as I know, there's no standard field that indicates that an opportunity account or a contact came from a lead conversion. Because if you think about it, especially for account and contacts, you can convert the lead into an existing account and contact, right? So it may be that that contact has been there for ages, and then there's a lead that's basically a duplicate of that account, and you convert it just for the sake of converting it. But yeah, how do you track that, right? Because it didn't really come from a lead conversion; it was there all along. So I don't think it's a standard feature, but you can create a custom field to store that information as well, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Okay, right, no problems. To Juliana, no, I believe I mentioned during the beginning of the session that unfortunately we do not distribute any content for this session. No recording, no training environment, and no ebooks, unfortunately. And if I send you something, that's against the copyright guidelines, unfortunately. So I apologize for that, but best we can do is take notes. You may take screenshots of specific pages if you want. I mean, but taking notes, of course, is muscle memory. It helps you remember easier. And don't tell anyone I suggested you take screenshots. But let's face it, who can prevent you from taking screenshots, right? I'm taking screenshots every 5 minutes because the attendance, because of the attendance. But anyway, don't mind me. Ignore what I just said. To our Kana, oh sorry, I didn't get to finish this response that I was typing. Marketing user feature license allows you to manage campaigns and also something to do with leads. I think for mass importing leads, you get to do it if you assign the marketing user feature license. There's a help and training article for this as well. Please look up license types, okay, feature license types, and you'll see the coverage of the marketing user feature license there as well, right? I may have missed other questions from the chat. There were quite a lot. So if I missed any question and it's a glaring, burning question, and I didn't get to answer, please feel free to retype. For now, we will proceed with our presentation, right? Take a look at opportunity management. So you can see here, before anything else, Sales Cloud Solution Design, the 21% is here again. As I explained earlier, this topic is actually split across different modules in this course, right? So yeah, just don't think that it's separate 21 percentages, right? So it's the reason why it's 21% is because it expects you to create a design or a solution in Sales Cloud based on the features that you have at your disposal. Opportunity management, 13%, expects that you understand what the opportunity object is. What are the other standard objects that has to do with opportunities? Namely, you have opportunity products, products per se. You have price books, you have quotes, you have orders, you have contracts. So these are standard objects that are part of the Sales Cloud. Okay, but basically, you don't need to enable anything new. These objects are already there from the beginning on the onset. It's just that you need to expose them in the interface and check a few boxes to enable products, price books, and all that stuff. Also, needless to say, if you want to use products in Sales Cloud, you need to upload products as well, because that's a data point, right? So that's an object that you need to fill out also. I'll explain further as we progress. Okay, and when it comes to Sales Cloud Solution Design, it tells you here that you need to be able to explain how the end-to-end process, okay, the standard, because every company is different, of course, but what is the standard end-to-end procedure for leads to opportunities, right? So some companies call this L2C or lead to cash, right? Right. So from prospecting down to closing the opportunity. So what's the standard process for that? Given the scenario, analyze requirements for limitations and design trade-offs. Okay, yeah, well, it comes with experience, but let's talk about that later. Describe the implementation considerations when designing a sales process. Okay, so I would say that majority of the time, the sales process is heavily influenced by what the customer wants. Okay, so what does the customer want to do, or what does the customer want to be represented in the sales process? The number of stages in leads, the number of stages in opportunities, the probabilities, and all that stuff. It's heavily influenced by the customer's requirement, but also would be influenced by Salesforce limitations as well. So you want to find a sweet spot, and as a consultant or a business analyst, you need to understand what the business's requirement is and how you match those with Salesforce features. But let's jump right in. Alison Wheeler says the management team wants to define the process to generate more revenue. Okay, by the way, I'm going to turn off my camera first because I'm starting to look sticky, right, and sweaty. So yeah, I turned it off for now. So it says here the management team wants to define the sales process to generate more revenue. So with this, by sales process, we could mean stages, right? So how many stages do you have when you're guiding opportunities through the sales process, right? So let's talk about that now. So it says here, sales reps need to generate multiple quotes for customers and track this information in Salesforce. Now, not only will it talk about the stages of the opportunity, but the sales process would also be influenced by what are the other data points that you want to look at. Mind you, there are companies who use opportunities as its plain vanilla, regular form. And what I mean by that is they only use opportunities with opportunity amounts. They manually type the opportunity amount. They don't even use products. They don't even use quotes. They don't even use price books and things like this. There are those companies. Depends on how complex your business works. You may be able to make do with just those standard configurations. But typically, if you have a product portfolio or a service portfolio, you might want to consider um, using products and price books respectively, right? So we can take a look at that as well as we progress. Okay, let's move on to the next slide first. So here is a screen that shows us a typical table that shows you products and price books. If you think about it, if you don't use products, you're going to need to type the opportunity amount manually. And with that, there's like no brochure type of list of what are you selling, what are the products and services that you're selling. This is where products and price books comes in. With the use of products, all you have to do is to select which product you want to include in the opportunity, indicate how many, what are the payment terms or the payment periods, and from there you automatically get to visualize the amount or the total amount of how much the opportunity would cost, right? You don't need to manually type numbers. You don't need to pull out your calculator anymore. You just need to select which products and how many of each you want to include in the opportunity, and the system does the rest for you. It automatically calculates what the opportunity amount will be. The logic or the concept of products and price books is something like this. So you create a list of products, so that's your portfolio, and you can create price books so that you have different pricing lists for different kinds of customers, for different regions, or different um, currencies, and all that stuff. So that's what product and price books are for. Okay. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, so you can also schedule products. Okay, so the idea here is that let's pretend that the company you're implementing Sales Cloud for is a telco, right? Let's say they're a telco communications provider, and typically what you sell as a telco is services more than products, right? So sometimes you sell products, the phones, if you're a telco, but typically it's the services, right? The data service for the monthly basis, right? Things like that. You want a mobile plan. That's a service more than a product. Okay. So when it comes to services, typically you have a schedule of when you get revenue out of that contract. For example, when you sign up for a phone plan for 2 years, the company gets revenue out of your subscription every month. You don't pay it as a one-off. It's not a one-time payment, right? So when it comes to reporting, you also want to influence the reports based on the schedules on when those revenue would be expected, right? Or that revenue would be expected. Let's say you closed an opportunity and it said that it's a data or a mobile data plan worth $2,000, but the $2,000 is spread across 2 years on a monthly basis. Do you want to report? Does it make sense that you show a report showing that, hey, this is our revenue for this month, and you show the entire contract value of that opportunity? That doesn't make sense, right? Does it? So with this product schedules, you're able to split the amount of the opportunity in schedules relevant to when the customer is expected to make payments. This allows you to have a more realistic forecast, a more realistic revenue report. All right, things like that. That's basically the goal or the benefit or the purpose of using product schedules. Give me a minute, please. Just a moment here, real quick. Sorry, I just had to fix a few cables under my desk. I'm back, ready to go. All right. So we've just introduced a few new keywords. I mean, to those of you who've already known Salesforce for quite a while because you already passed your admin certification, you know that opportunities is an object. But now we're introducing another standard object called products and another standard object called product schedules. So these things are already, they're standard features. You just need to enable them if you're keen to, but that allows you to store your products and services into a portfolio, so sort of list where you can easily pull them into opportunities, and that would automatically calculate what the product's value is. And then when it comes to product scheduling, it allows you to have more realistic reports on when revenue is generated based on the payment terms of the customer for what you've just sold them. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. I have a question from the chat box from Sarab. What are limitations of standard products and prices and forces to go for specialized CPQ products? The good news is the exam would not ask you anything about CPQ. It's not supposed to. Okay, so CPQ is a separate product. It used to be called Steel Brick, and then it was acquired by Salesforce, and now it's called Salesforce CPQ. So that's for the quote generation, all right, feature in Salesforce, but that's not part of the Sales Cloud consultant certification exam. So don't worry about it. It is part of the Sales Cloud, but it's not part of the exam. Um, okay. I have a question from Hey Fong. What if the revenue is not a total fixed amount but recurring, okay, every month until the plan is canceled for the customer? Okay, yeah. So, do you mean to say, Hey Fong, it's an indefinite schedule, meaning it's like a perpetual schedule until the customer cancels? Ah, yeah, okay. So with that, it's there's no realistic way of doing that. So what companies would do instead is they would create a renewal opportunity every time that that period is expired. I mean, they would have a minimum period, or yeah, a prescriptive period rather, of when they would create new opportunities. It's still the same customer anyway. It's still the same product, still the same amount, but they would have to create opportunities every so often on a time period to allow them to visualize this sequence, right? So typically, every year they would have a new opportunity created to represent that, but it's quite a bit tricky doing that, because if you create an opportunity and there's a monthly schedule of when this customer is about to pay and all that stuff, if they cancel their subscription midway or before the end of that opportunities period, because let's say you created opportunity that says 1 year, and every month there's this amount that you expect the customer to pay, and then on the fifth month they cancel their subscription. What you're going to have to do is you're going to have to create a reduction opportunity for that in most cases, or you can just update the opportunity accordingly, right? Yeah, you can do that too. But it's not really realistic to have a perpetual opportunity where you expect the customer to pay this amount every month and it never ends. Yeah, there would be some restrictions there. It doesn't really realistically apply in the real world. So companies would have a basic range of when they would recreate an opportunity for that customer for an extension, so to speak, right? So instead of thinking of it as a an infinite opportunity, think of it as an extension of the opportunity instead, right? I hope that makes sense, Hey Fong. But of course, your customer would heavily influence the decision on how you're going to implement that. Your customer or your company, that is, right? Let's move on. Okay, so how do you add products to opportunities? So as I mentioned earlier, it's a standard object. All you have to do is to basically enable it, because by default, products are not enabled in opportunities. If you attended any of the admin sessions, you probably saw that uh, opportunities in its plainest form or simplest form allows you to manually type the value in the amount field. The idea here is once you enable opportunity products, when you add products to the opportunity, you will not be able to manually type values in the opportunity amount anymore, because the opportunity amount will automatically be calculated depending on the products that you include into that opportunity. So you can see here that in the screenshot it shows you products with corresponding sales prices. Okay, and you can indicate what's the quantity, of course, but this is already one step ahead. Which what I mean is, before you get to this page, you need to make sure that you upload the products first, right? So it could be that you have a product management platform that you manage separately. You extract the data from there, and you have to upload them to the products object in Salesforce. Remember that products is an object, and just so happens to be related to opportunities. So yeah, that's how that works. I hope that makes sense. Okay, right, let's move on. Okay, so quote, by the way, is another product or another standard object that you may use. Okay, it's a standard object. It's part of the Sales Cloud. You may or may not use it, depends on what the requirement is. But the concept of quotes is that you can extract this as a PDF or attach it into an email and send it to your customer so that they have a sort of a quotation or a proposal of the deal. Okay, typically that applies to B2B opportunities, but some B2C setup may find that relevant as well. But I've seen it so far. Typically, it makes sense if it's a B2B engagement. You send them a quotation, and then from the quotation, they may have negotiation terms, and stuff like that. They may negotiate to reduce the pricing or the terms and all that stuff, the one-time payment, if any, right? So that's how you use quotations. To us who has been exposed to the sales environment before, may relate to the concept. But the idea is that quote is an object in Salesforce, so therefore you can create multiple quotes, all right? Multiple quotes for the customer, and you can also select one of those quotes to be automatically synchronized with the opportunity. Meaning, if if you create multiple quotes and you pick one of them as the synchronized quote, and you can only synchronize one, by the way. You pick one of those multiple quotes if you've already created many. You pick one that will be synchronized, and the result is that every time you update the product or the pricing on the opportunity, that automatically updates the quote. So you can just instantly send the quote to that customer if you want, if that's your thing. But as I mentioned, depends on the company. Some companies they would use quotes, some companies they won't. Okay. All right. Let's move on. By the way, quote here, the quote object is augmented by that product that I mentioned earlier, Steel Brick CPQ. Okay. So if you have CPQ licenses, you can use CPQ features to augment the behavior of the standard quote object in Sales Cloud. Right. Moving on. So let's talk about, okay, sorry, question from Harsha. When the code 2 and code 3 will come in picture. Okay, all right. So code 2 and code 3. So think of it like this. When the customer expresses that they want product A, B, and C, and then, yeah, okay, let me write up a quote for you or a quotation for you, right? Okay. So you create a quotation and then you send it to the customer and they come back and say, can you reduce the price for product B because I'm getting 100 units? Can you reduce the price to like 45? Then what you do is instead of updating quote 1, you may opt to update or to create a separate quote instead, just so that you have a history of how quote 1 looked like. Because your boss might look for it, right? So they may ask, hey, why did you give a very low price for this product? You can say, hey, boss, I created this quote 1. I followed your pricing, but they came back and requested for a reduction, right? So here's quote 2, right? So that's where quote 2 and quote 3 would come in. Harsha, does that make sense? Okay. Okay, cool. Mohand, sorry, I cannot. I cannot. As much as I want to, CPQ is a can of worms, and we have more things to talk about. If we have time, then yeah, let's go for CPQ stuff. But it's a separate product altogether. It's like when it's similar to, remember when we were looking at leads and campaigns earlier, and you asked me to demonstrate how Marketing Cloud looks like. It's kind of like that because CPQ is a separate product, which is an augmentation to Sales Cloud features, but it's a separate product altogether. So talking about it or opening up the topic or demonstrating anything is a can of worms. It's gonna really prolong the conversation. So if we have time, then of course. Um, but let's probably talk about that later. If we don't have CPQ, will quantity schedule and billing schedule show multiple lines in opportunity orders? Yes, still, it would still show multiple lines in the product schedules, and even in reports, you would have multiple lines as well. Okay, doesn't matter if you have CPQ or not. Okay, so that's an answer to Manish. Okay, so what about orders and contracts? So orders and contracts are also standard objects. So how many standard objects have we mentioned so far? We had opportunities, right? But an augmentation to opportunities, you have products and you have price books. Products are the products and services that you sell. Price books are the pricing counterparts for those products that you're selling. We also saw what's happening to my tongue. Okay, so we also saw quotations or quotes. Okay, so that's also related to opportunities, but also in a quote, it would reflect the products that you've linked to the opportunity as well. Now we add two more objects. We have orders and contracts. If you think of it like this, guys, let me open up my Word document. Okay. So we've listed opportunities. Opportunity. You have product, you have price book, you have quote, you have order, you have contract. Okay, so how are these related to each other? So if you think about it, okay, so the opportunity is the deal, okay? So that's a representation of the deal. But inside an opportunity, you have, okay, you have product, okay? The product would determine the amount of the opportunity. That's how it works. But opportunity would be dependent on a what we call price book. Okay, so depending on the price book, it would indicate which product. Actually, it's the other way around. Okay, so it would be like this. Okay, so the price book would influence or would determine what would be the price of that product, which in turn would roll up to the opportunity, showing you what's the amount of that opportunity based on the products that are inside. Okay, now the opportunity would later on be progressed, or later on the opportunity would progress, and you would send your customer a quote. Okay, so when you send your customer a quote, it gives them an idea of what are the products and how much is each product. Okay, so that's basically how it works. Okay, so that's what quote does. And if I can draw a line, I would say that product is linked to opportunity, but it also is linked to quote. But let's talk about that later. Later on, after you agree with the customer on the pricing, okay, because you exchange quotes with the customer. They're not happy with quote one, you revise the quote, you send them quote two, and then quote three. And then finally you come to terms with the customer and they say, okay, we're comfortable with this price. Let's close the deal. So now you close the opportunity to close one, and then you create what we call an order. An order is a representation of the products that the customer has committed to purchase. Okay, that's how it looks. That's how it works. And then after the order has been delivered, or before the order has been delivered, you actually create a contract with the customer, stating that in this contract we have these products that we sold to this customer, and they're paying on this payment model, payment scheme, and this is the amount and all that stuff. So these are the standard objects that are involved in Sales Cloud. You have opportunities And then opportunities, you can generate quotes. When the quote is signed, you can generate an order, or create an order record. And then out of that order, because the customer says, hey, I'm ordering this now, send it to me, or deliver this product to me, then you create a contract as a result. Okay, so these are Sales Cloud objects, but you may or may not use all of them, right? So just to be clear, for a full end-to-end process of managing your interaction with your customer in terms of deals, you may use all of these objects, but they're not really required. It's up to you if you're going to use them or not. Okay. Now, the concept here is that the order and the contract, they actually fall under the account already, because the opportunity is the representation of the deal. But once the deal is done, it's you and the customer now. It's you and the account. You're now going to deliver what the customer has signed up for, what they are paying for. Okay, so the order object and the contract object is typically linked to the account object. So that's what's the purpose of this? Every year you look at your account. So you do an account review and you take a look at what are the contracts that are due to expire. Okay, right? So will you be happy to go through each and every opportunity to find which contracts are about to expire? I personally would say no. So that just makes sense that the contracts are associated to accounts, because when you review your account for the next fiscal year or something like that, it's best that you review the number of contracts and when they're about to expire. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. And this is the multiverse of realities in Salesforce. Just kidding. Here you see kind of sort of like a circuit board, or so to speak. But this summarizes the relationships between these Sales Cloud objects. Okay, so by the way, in this slide, okay, I think this is the last one before we segue to the next topic. Okay, so I am generously giving you the opportunity to take a screenshot of this page if you're keen, right? If you're keen to take a screenshot, go ahead and do so. Yeah. You can also get a piece of paper and draw it if you want. Okay, I'll explain to you what this is in just a bit. Okay. When David has a question, when a special discount is given in a quote and the quote is synced to the opportunity, is the price in the opportunity overwritten? Okay, yeah. When you synchronize a quote and an opportunity, changes you make in the product line items in the opportunity or the quote would synchronize one and the other. Okay, so I hope that makes sense, David. But to explain further, this is how it works, right? Let me okay, so give me a few moments, and sorry for not being prepared. I'm just gonna grab my Wacom pad so that I can draw and annotate. One moment. Okay, sorry about that. I'm now back. Let me just, I hope this drawing pad works. If not, I'm just going to go back to using the mouse. Let's see. Doesn't seem to work. But anyway, let me just use the basic annotation features in that case. Right. So when you create an opportunity, okay, you would link a product to it. Okay, so you remember this, right? Product. Okay, but in reality, there's an object in between opportunities and products because this is now a many to many relationship. If you recall from earlier, I mentioned something about junction objects. So this is a something relevant to what I mentioned just a while ago. The idea is that, excuse me, one opportunity can have multiple products linked to it, and a product can be linked to multiple opportunities. So therefore, it should be many to many. So you can see here, there's one line, meaning there's the one, that's the parent, and the multiple lines represents many. So this is one to many, right? So this one says many to one, okay? So many, this one says many to one, okay? So with this, because there's now opportunity product in between, you can create opportunity product that's linked to opportunity A and product one, and you can add another one that links them so that this effectively becomes a many-to-many relationship. So one opportunity can now be linked to multiple products, and one product can be linked now to multiple opportunities. So that's how it works. So that's the relationship between opportunities and products. Now you have here quotes. Okay, so I mentioned earlier, right? Quotes. In quotes, you also link products. Okay, but by default, it would take the products that are already in the opportunity. You see here, right? So there's a line that connects opportunities and quotes as well. But because they both reference products, okay, so basically it's easy for them to synchronize with each other because if you update the opportunity product and you say the code is synchronized, it has the same products that's listed under there, and it would just update the or basically update the code line items to match the opportunity products and vice versa. If you make changes to the quote line items, it would update the opportunity product automatically because you say synchronize the quote with the opportunity. So I hope that makes sense, but that's basically how that works. Okay, so let me just, okay, how do I remove annotations? Eh? Okay, there we go, right? Cool. So that's how that works. Um, Question here from Mohan. Is it possible to use opportunity product to create bundles of products? Good question. I think I heard of that before, but it's something custom, if I'm not mistaken. But I may be wrong. But I've seen something like that before, but it's more of they created a custom programmatic or a code-based component that would allow them to choose product bundles. And by selecting the product bundles, it would just mass add or mass associate products into the opportunity. Yeah, so the one that I saw is is a custom one. I'm not sure if there's a standard one actually. Okay, let's say you already have products in the opportunity and on quotes. Um, which one will override the other? If you say sync, it's an equal sync, right? So that's for Kelvin. If you synchronize a quote with an opportunity, if you update the products in one, it will update in the other, and vice versa. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, it's a two-way sync if you say synchronize, or if you select a synchronized quote. But then again, you can opt to not synchronize a quote. Okay, you can have like 5 quotes in the opportunity, and none of them are synchronized. That's fine as well. But if you would choose to synchronize, you can only synchronize with one quote per opportunity. Manesh, exam question. Will we still call this junction object when you have two lookups or a junction object? Master data relationship. Okay, so by right, we use master detail relationships when you create junction objects, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the case because you in this case, right, you have opportunity product as a junction object, but the relationship type is just lookup. We still consider that as a junction object. It's just that it's not as strict as a master detail, like this one. You see there's a red line, meaning that's a strict requirement. But it's still considered a junction object. But thanks for that question. Okay. And by the way, junction object, that term, you wouldn't expect it that much in the Sales Cloud Consultant certification. App Builder and Developer exams, maybe, but not much for Sales Cloud. Yeah, and that also answers the question from Aika. Red means it is a master detail, which means it's a strict relationship, and blue means that it's a an optional relationship or a non-strict relationship. Okay. Okay. What else? What else? What else? Kelvin says, let's say you already have quote and products. Let's say 5 products and opportunity, and you have 3 quotes. When syncing, you're going to lose the 5 opportunity products. Mm, yeah, I forgot the exact behavior for that. Yeah, I may have to check back on that in that case. When you synchronize a quote for the first time, which one wins? Okay, so that one, not 100% sure. Sorry about that. David, is the opportunity quote sync also gonna update the price? Yes. If so, then the price in the opportunity no longer following the price book. Yes. Yeah, that's the thing. So the thing is, price books are meant to be the list price for different categories. Different countries, you have different price books. Different currencies, you have different price books. So that's the thing about price books. But nonetheless, they are still considered as list price, meaning they're the base price. And regardless of what the price book amount is, or the amount indicated in the price book is, the salesperson will still have the flexibility of updating the actual price of the of what's in the opportunity, because that's what the negotiation stage is for, right? The customer will try to negotiate their way around that list price. Okay. Okay, the standard opportunity and code sync works same as CPQ code update. As far as I know, yes, Zuhal. Right. So as far as I know, that's the case. Right. So I hope you've already taken a screenshot of this. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Okay. One moment. Okay. One second. I think. Oh yeah. Okay. Right, just double confirm that the lines here that are blue are lookup relationships, and lines that are red are master detail relationships, right? And please read about lookups and master detail relationships. Quite an interesting read. The difference between these two, and on a real life application, you would see the benefit of it. It's worth reading, or it's worth learning what the difference is between lookup and master detail relationships. Okay, so let's proceed to lesson number 4, forecasting. 4 for forecasting. So this is 13% worth of the exam. Let's talk about, oh, sorry. Cycle from account to contract or okay. I'm not sure, Manish, if this is what you're looking for, because this is the progression of the opportunity quote, order, contract. But the only difference is that once you agree with the quote, the customer, that's a time when the opportunity is closed. Yep. And then the order is placed. Because typically, when you close the opportunity as one, that's the time when the order will be placed, right? Okay, so once the order is placed and the contract is created in Salesforce, order and contract will now go to accounts, right? So it's not to the opportunity anymore. That goes to the account already. I'm not sure if that answers the question, but please let me know. Um, how does a price book correspond with a code? So price book is just there to show you a list of prices for the products. It doesn't really necessarily have direct effects on quotes, okay? But it does, however, have a direct effect on the product, okay? So it's like the list of prices for every product that you're selling. So that's what the price book is for. It does. It is to an extent related to the quote line items as well, because the line item will contain the price of the product, but that's only in the initial stage. Because as I mentioned earlier, right, especially in the quote, the customer will negotiate to slide the prices in the quote, and in that point, it's no longer relevant to the price book. Because if you remember what I said earlier, the price book is just the list price. As soon as you start working on the quotation with the customer and the customer starts to negotiate, the price book starts to become irrelevant. Because you started off from the amount in the price book, yes, that's true. But as your customer negotiates with you, you give them a price that is no longer the price indicated in the price book. I hope you get what I mean. The price book is only relevant in the initial stage when you're pulling in the products and you're indicating what the amounts of those are, because the standard or the basic base amounts are taken from the price book. Okay. All right. Okay. Right. No problem, Kelvin. Okay. Right. So in the interest of time, I may skip some questions first. Okay. Uh, for George, the solution design. Sorry. Okay. One moment here. This one right here. Okay, so this solution design slide is supposed to be hidden. I just forgot to hide it, because in the full day agenda of CRT 251, we also have like a workshop where we give you scenarios and we ask you what are the tools or the features that you would recommend in order to satisfy the requirement. And as I mentioned earlier, because we don't have those hands-on exercises in this 4 hour session, I was supposed to hide this, but I forgot to hide it. Okay, I hope that makes sense, George. Yeah, but I'm sure you're interested to see what those exercises are, but we just don't have the time for it. Sorry about that, because 251, the certification prep course, is an 8 hour course, not four. So we're doing it in four. So we have to cut some corners on that as well. Okay. So yeah, forecasting. So for forecasting, the idea here is that it's a different kind of report. It's not necessarily a report in the reports tab. It's a feature of its own, but it allows sales teams to collaborate real time on what their pipeline is and all that stuff. Okay, so let's take a look at what forecasting is. Okay. All right, so Alison Wheeler says that the management team wants to generate forecasts for quota attainment, right? So quota is different from quotations, okay? So just let's be clear. Earlier we saw quotes, and quotes is what quotations are, right? Quotations is that you have a summary of the products and the prices that you're selling to the customer, while quota is your target for how much sales you need to close. Right. So this right here, what you're seeing on the screen is a typical forecast table where you have person A and what's the person's quota, and so far how close is the person to attaining their quota for said time period. Could be the quarter, could be the year. How close are you, and how rich is your pipeline that your quota is attainable at this point. Okay, so that's typically what forecast tables are for. Now, to those of us who've been around for quite some time, you may have heard of customizable forecasting and collaborative forecasting. This is now irrelevant because customizable forecasting has been sunset in winter 20, which was over a year ago. Okay, so let me just write it down. Okay, customizable forecast, because you may be thinking that um, it might be something that comes up in the exam. I would say no. Collaborative forecast. Okay. Obsolete. Okay. So we we gradually got rid of customizable forecasting. What I mean by that is when Lightning Experience came out, we enabled collaborative forecasting for Lightning Experience, but we never did enable customizable forecasting for it. And because Lightning is the future, yeah, it's an indication that customizable forecasting was soon to go away. But it's been a year since customizable forecasting has been out of the picture. So please do not expect any questions about customizable forecasting in the exam anymore. If you see it as one of the choices, it's probably the wrong answer. Okay, so yeah, that's simply put, because we no longer do customizable forecasting because we no longer have customizable forecasting. Again, it was sunset in winter 2020. That was over a year ago. Okay, moving on. Let's go back to the slide presentation. Okay, so again, this one is just a standard or a typical forecast. But in Salesforce, you have different methods of what you want to forecast on. You can go for quantity, you can go for amount, but we'll talk about that later. Just a moment. Okay, moving on. Now, so in your forecast, you have here a what we call forecast category. So take a look at the far right side of the screen. You have your forecast category. So for forecast category, it kind of gives you a high level idea of how close the opportunity is to closing, but it doesn't necessarily have to be equivalent to the number of stages that you have in opportunity. Because when you do opportunity management, you have different stages that are specific to the things that you're doing with the customer. They do not necessarily have to be equivalent to the number of forecast categories you have in the forecast table. So as you can see here in this illustration, you have stage name as the second column. Let me just annotate. You have stage name over here, and you have its corresponding forecast category here. Meaning, if you have an opportunity in the stage qualification, it's supposed to show in the forecast table as pipeline, right? So things like that, all right? Oh, sorry, which one was it? Qualification? Okay, so this one right here, right? So where do you find a page like this? You go to Setup, Object Manager, Opportunities, Fields, and Relationship. You take a look at the stage field, and this is what you get, right? So you'll see the stage options or the pick list values, and then that's also where you would be able to identify what the probabilities, forecast category, and all that stuff would be for that specific stage. Okay, all right. So feel free to take a screenshot of this if you want, because there's too many text. I'm not a fan of too many text, but I'll just summarize them to you. Okay. So it says here that for the forecast table, there is a forecast category called omitted, and omitted is represented by closed lost opportunities. Because they're omitted, they won't show in the forecast anymore. Because if you think about it, forecast by definition means that you are expecting money. If the opportunity is already closed as lost, what money do you expect, right? So that's why it falls under the category called omitted, and therefore no longer displayed in the forecast table itself, right? Okay, probability field is merely a gauge of estimating the likelihood. Okay, so probability is not 100%, real what you call this identifier that the deal is already yours. Okay, so you predefine these values, the probability values. It's a percentage value of how close you are to closing the opportunity, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's always going to play out the way the probability says. It's just how far you are from closing the opportunity. Meaning, if you're on the first stage, maybe that's 10% probability, and if you've already closed the opportunity as one, then it means you have 100% probability. So that's basically how it works. The probability field. The expected revenue, okay, is the amount multiplied by the probability field, right? So you may or may not use this. Expected revenue is a standard field in opportunities, okay, but by default it's turned off, meaning it's removed from the page layout. But if you would like to display it in the page layout, you can do so as well, right? Okay. So again, that's amount multiplied by probability, meaning what the reason why it's not part of the standard page layout is because it may apply to some businesses, but to some businesses probably not. Because let's say you have a $1,000 opportunity and you have a probability of 10% because you're on stage one, it kind of suggests that you get $100, okay, regardless of what happens to the opportunity, right? And that's your expected revenue. So sometimes it doesn't make sense. So that's why it's turned off by default. But this slide just tells us that there is such a field. Okay, let's move on. Oops. Okay, so here are the capabilities of forecasting. It is capable of showing you revenue or quota-based pipeline. I mentioned earlier, right? So you can display your forecast based on amounts or by quantities. Okay, so it depends on what the sales team's metrics or KPI or the quota is all about. Do you set a quota based on the number of products sold, or do you set a quota based on the actual revenue generated out of the sales? Because I may spend the whole month selling just one product, but if that one product is like $5 million, I may already have met my target, right? Okay, the next one, display the revenue or quantity for each product family. So product family, you can categorize your products as well to to classify them or to segregate them so that when you do your forecasting, you can forecast based on a specific product family. You can think of product family as product type, right? So if I'm a telco, is it um, home internet that I'm selling? Is it mobile data that I'm selling? So these are different product families. Am I selling data center services, right? So different kind of products or different product families. Display the monthly or quarterly forecasts, okay? So very basic. Include partner-owned opportunities in the forecast. So partner-owned meaning if you have a partner community and you assign opportunities to community members, you can also display this as well, right? Okay, show the opportunities included in the forecast. Okay, so in the forecast table, if you haven't seen the forecast table before, the forecast table would show you the actual opportunities at the bottom. It's quite similar to how the reports in Lightning Experience looks like, where you have a graphical representation at the top in the form of a chart, and then the details will appear at the bottom. So something similar to that. Okay, so yep. So for forecasting, you can also display quota versus pipeline, right? So allowing sales teams to easily identify low-hanging fruits and opportunities for improving performance or coaching and all that stuff. Managers can also adjust the forecasts of their teams. Okay, okay, so forecast hierarchy is kind of influenced by role hierarchy, basically. But forecast hierarchy allows you to have a structure for where, or in such a way that users will be able to jump down to specific levels or go up to specific levels, find or display forecast based on a certain level, right? So that's what the forecast hierarchy allows you to do. Okay. It also supports fiscal years and custom fiscal years, which is, of course, custom fiscal years. It's an admin topic. Allows users to update opportunities based on inline editing. Okay, yep, you can do inline edits of the opportunities from the forecast as well. And also, you can use the mobile app to display forecasts. Okay, so quite a handy feature right there. So, forecasts also support or cater to opportunity splits. So, opportunity splits, I suggest you read about it as well. It's not going to be discussed in detail here, but the idea is that when you use opportunity splits, you can split the revenue of the people who are working or collaborating in an opportunity. Let's say you have an opportunity and you have two people co-selling in that opportunity. You're going to have to use opportunity splits so that revenue will be recognized between them. Because if they're doing 50-50 of the work, then ideally they would have 50-50 of the revenue, right? Things like that. So this slide just tells us that opportunity splits can also be visualized in forecast, sorry, forecast tables, okay? Right? So I will also recommend that you read about opportunity splits in detail because we don't have it in this presentation. But yeah, it's quite an important thing to know about if you're preparing for the certification. By the way, we also have a 2-day course called ADX 251, and that's where we discuss all of these in detail. But in the CRT course, we just do it sort of like a reviewer. So what I'm doing, in case you haven't noticed, is that I'm giving you beyond something beyond review. So I'm giving you more detail than is expected. So hopefully you're taking notes, right? So it's somewhere in between a review or and a full on course. Okay, one of my clients is having trouble exploring lists of forecasts. Okay, yeah. Okay. What does totals 100% indicate? So it means that 100% of what is being split. Okay. So are you going to be splitting the totals of 100% only, or are you going to go beyond 100%? So typically, the more logical option is to keep everything at 100%, meaning if you're going to split the revenue, you're going to split out of 100%. Like you're going to do 60-40, you're going to do 50-50, you're going to do 70-30. But if you do an overlay, it means that you may go beyond 100%, right? So it's not applicable all the time. So it's, I'm not sure if the company would prefer to use this overlay, but it is a possibility. You can use overlay forecasts or overlay splits as well if necessary. But that basically means that there's a possibility that you would go beyond 100% of what's being split, which means there are losses. So not too many companies are a fan of doing this. Just a moment. Give me a few seconds, please. I'll just go on mute real quick. Okay, sorry about that. Let's proceed. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Let's move on to the next item. So advanced currency management is also an admin 201 topic where the conversion rates, okay, if you're managing multiple currencies, the conversion rates would be locked based on when the opportunity close date or the date that is indicated in the opportunity close date. What was the exchange rate on that date, and that would be retained. So that's what advanced currency management does. So this slide itself suggests that you read about advanced currency management. So read about it in help and training or trailhead modules. Yeah, so that's the concept there. So advanced currency management ensures that although exchange rates would be updated from time to time, it would not influence your already closed opportunities. I hope that makes sense. Okay, now to the next one, or for the next one. Let's talk about cumulative rollups. So the idea here is that with cumulative rollups, it allows you to have minimal values in the forecast category. What do I mean by that? Instead of showing all the stages of the opportunity in the forecast, you may choose the forecast table will only show you the forecast category instead. So you can see here you have on the left hand side the opportunity stage would be equivalent to the forecast category. But with cumulative roll-ups, what this does is when you choose a forecast category, it will bundle different forecast subcategories as well. So you're getting like a bundle or bigger bundle of different opportunities that belong to different probability stages or forecast categories. That makes sense, right? So I remember seeing one question about this in the Sales Cloud Consultant certification, but no more than one. So just be familiar with what cumulative rollup means. And again, by definition, it means that you're combining opportunities from many different forecast categories into a cumulative forecast category. Okay, right, let's move on. So the idea here is that part is a bit confusing, but the idea is that if you go for cumulative opportunity rollup, if you choose or if you display a forecast table, it would show you a forecast category that would bundle opportunities that belong to multiple different stages, such as this one, or multiple different forecast categories, such as this one. That when you view open pipeline, it would show you pipeline opportunities, but also best case and commit because they're still open opportunities or open pipeline, right? So again, depends on the company, depends on the requirement. Not everyone uses it, but it's still a good feature to know about. Okay, so this feature is relatively, so it's not been there forever. So I would say it's relatively new. So opportunity deal change highlights allows you to easily see if there has been changes to the opportunity amount or stages in the past 7 days. Okay, so you can see here that we have an arrow indicating that the close date has been updated from this date to that date, right? So if you switch your list view to Kanban view, you're able to visualize quickly and easily what are the changes that have been performed in these opportunities. Now, in case you're not familiar, you also have the option to activate field history tracking in opportunity. But for you to view that sort of audit trail, you need to go through the opportunities one by one. So with what you're seeing in the screen right now, deal change highlights, it is a feature that augments the Kanban view to allow you to easily find records or opportunities that have been recently updated. Yes, so it's not been there for a very long time. Mohan says that it's probably like at least probably a month old. Right? I agree. It has not been there for a very long time. And to be honest, I've been doing so many marketing cloud classes recently that I've not been able to keep on track. So last time I checked Salesforce, it wasn't there. So that's why I can tell that it's relatively new. Okay, let's talk about historical trending. So before I talk about historical trending, I just want to say that there are two features in reports that allows you to record historical data. We have this, what we call historical trending, and you also have what we call reporting snapshots, which we're going to talk about in 2 slides more. Okay, so both are discussed or both are expected to be covered as questions in the Sales Cloud Consultant certification. So please watch out for these. Okay, so historical trending allows you to capture data from 3 complete months ago and including this month. So it's more than 3 months worth of data historically being recorded in the system. But there are some limitations, and actually not some, but there's quite a number of limitations there. I suggest that you read in Help and Training about historical trending and the limitations that is excuse me that is defined. For example, you can only do historical trending for up to 5 opportunity fields, right? So what are the historical changes on these 5 different fields? Up to 5 only. And there are some row level limitations as well. Like, for example, you can only have like 5 million rows of historical data, right? And all that stuff. And if you consider that you're looking at 3 months worth plus this month, that could easily go up to 5 million rows of historical data because you multiply that by four, right? So because you have 3 months ago, 2 months ago, 1 month ago, and this month, and then those are four different line items, and yeah, you have up to 5 million rows. So you have to select carefully or pick carefully which fields you would like to track for historical trending and for which objects. It's a good read, so I suggest you read about it. So in a nutshell, historical trending allows you to select fields from objects that you select, and from there the system will record data from 3 months, from the last 3 months, including or plus this month. Okay, plus not including. So that's 3 months worth, and this month also. So over 3 months worth of data will be stored there. Okay, because it's stored in the system level, right? It's stored in the back end. This is the reason why it is quite limited, that you only get to choose certain fields, you only get to choose certain objects, and you have a number of line items that you can capture in historical trending. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now, this slide just tells you that you can also create custom report types for forecasting. If you would go to if you would do the modules for custom report types in my Trailhead, not my Trailhead, but Trailhead, you'd be able to get some hands-on on this. But the idea is that when you create an object, by default, they should already have a report type created for them. However, if you would like to create custom report types where objects that are distantly related to each other will appear in a single report, you can go ahead and do that as well. But it would require administrative permissions for you to be able to create custom report types. Be mindful that report type pertains to the data that you would like to display in the report. Okay, so it's not reports. You have type, report format, report. These are different things. Report type is the data that you would like to display on the report, while report format is whether you want to group rows or you want to group columns. The keywords tabular, summary, and matrix comes in when you talk about report formats. So report formats, report types, they're different things. Okay, so please take note. Okay, moving on. Let's talk about this next feature. The next feature is called reporting snapshot. So how is it different from historical trending? Historical trending, as I mentioned earlier, is recorded on the back end. That's the reason why it's pretty limited, that you need to select or handpick which are the fields that you would like to historically record in the system. Okay? Reporting snapshot, on the other hand, is something that's more capable, and therefore it allows you to store massive amounts of data and create historical reports out of it. Let me explain to you how it works. So let's start from the first one, right? Step one says the system records a snapshot of all the line items of the report. Okay, so whatever that report looks like today, take a snapshot. Next, what happens is that the report line items are actually stored in a custom object that you have set up beforehand. So because it's a custom object, there's virtually no limit to how many rows of data you can store in there, as long as it's well within your company's data storage limit. Okay? And then after the report line items are stored in the object, you can now create a report reporting on that custom object so that you have historical comparison of line items taken from reports. I'm not sure if that makes sense. But if you think about it, okay, the process is you create a custom object so that when a report is recorded, the contents of the report will be stored in the object as records. And then what you do is you report on that custom object, allowing you to compare how line item one looked like yesterday versus how it looked like today. That's how reporting snapshot works. So if you think about it, reporting snapshot and historical trending, they kind of do something similar, which is to record what the data in the reports look like from specific points in time in the past. The difference is that reporting snapshot gives you a larger capacity because you're consuming your company's data storage limit, whereas for historical trending, it's saved on the back end. That's why it's pretty much limited. So I have a question from George. There is a limit of 2,000 rows per reporting snapshot. If the source of the report goes beyond 2,000 rows, snapshot will not happen. I believe that that 2,000 row limit is a standard um, number for reports in general, and that kind of just reciprocates the behavior of reporting snapshot as well. When you view a report and it tells you displays the first 2,000 only, and if you want to capture more data, you have to download the report. But it's good input from George that for reporting snapshot, you want to make sure that you do so for reporting snapshot, you don't want to go beyond 2,000 rows of reporting snapshot data. Yeah, but if you want, you can try at a later time also in a practice environment to create a report that would exceed 2,000 rows of data. Notice that you will see a banner at the top of the report telling you you are now seeing 2,000 rows of data, right? Out of 3,000 or something like that. To get the full list, download the or export the report, something like that. So Kelvin has a question. Is historical trending done on forecast object or opportunity or no, it's not specific to forecast. It's not specific to opportunity. Historical trending can be used in other objects as well. You have to pick which object and you have to pick which field you're going to record in the historical trending. Same goes for reporting snapshot. Sorry, for reporting snapshot, it's more of the report. You pick a report, and the report line items are stored in the object. Sarah, no problem. I'm not sure which time zone you're in, but likely it's late over on your side of the world. But thank you so much for being here today. Sorry that you couldn't take any souvenir with you for today, like any content, or I hope you took some screenshots. Anyway, let's proceed. Okay, so I hope to everyone else, we have a at least a high level understanding of what reporting snapshots and the historical trending features are and how they differ from a high level. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. If you think about it, historical trending, no, you don't need to do that much prep work. Whereas for reporting snapshot, you're gonna have to do a number of pre-work first. You're gonna need to create that custom object. You're going to create custom fields that would be counterparts of the columns of your report. You're going to have to map those fields in the custom object to map with the columns of your report. And then you're going to have to create a schedule of when the snapshots will be taken. So things like these, right? So you're going to have to perform those beforehand if you're going to set up reporting snapshots. So I would say it's a lot more work than historical trending, but when it comes to results, you get to see more. You get more results if you're using reporting snapshots. Okay. Oh, sorry, I scrolled too far. Okay, and that is the last slide for lesson 4. We now proceed to lesson 5, sales productivity. Okay, so this is 9% of the expected questions in the exam. So given a scenario, what are the key features to enable and measure productivity and adoption? Okay, identify use cases for using email and productivity tools. Yeah, okay, sure, talk about that. Given a scenario, identify the appropriate mobile solution for productivity. Explain the use cases and best practices for using Chatter to enable collaboration. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, it's about Chatter, activities, and mobile. This is what the lesson or this lesson number 5 is all about. Okay. So I believe I mentioned earlier that there's this integration with Salesforce or with Outlook, and what it does is it allows you to sync your or create emails or relate emails from your Outlook to your Salesforce contacts. If you're a salesperson and or if you've worked with a sales team before, you may know that sometimes customers would email the account managers directly, and the problem there is that the account manager would likely have to manually copy that email or attach that email into the record in Salesforce just so that it's documented in the CRM application, right? Quite a hassle. So with Salesforce integration with Outlook, if the account manager receives the email from the customer through Outlook, the system allows the identification of that customer based on the email address. So depending on which email address the email came from, there could be an automatic suggestion to create an email record in Salesforce that's linked to an existing contact. So things like that, right? Or you may do it manually if you so please as well, right? So that's what the benefit of Salesforce integration with Outlook is for. It also synchronizes events like calendar events. So if you would like to use, because people would ask, Chase, why is there a calendar object in Salesforce, and why would I use that over my Outlook calendar? So the explanation behind that is because if you create a calendar record in Salesforce, you can link it directly to your account or to your opportunity. So if anyone would check, they know exactly who you're meeting or exactly who that event is for because you've linked an account or an opportunity to it, so people would know. But the problem is that in some situations, if the company mandates you to document your calendar events in Salesforce and in Outlook, that's double the work, right? It's counterproductive. So this integration between Salesforce and Outlook really helps a lot. Okay, let's move on. By the way, that's completely cloud based. I remember the time when, back in the day, we need to install an API based plugin to allow Salesforce to communicate with Microsoft Outlook. Not anymore. So this one is 100% cloud based now. So you can see that when you access your Office 365, perhaps, you will see a panel on the right hand side for Salesforce. So you can see you have the option to log this as an email if the customer has been identified as one of the contacts you have in Salesforce. So you don't need to manually recreate that message in Salesforce anymore. You can either send the email from Salesforce or send it from through Outlook. It's up to you, but you can easily link it back to Salesforce if you do it vice versa. Also, I would like to say that when the customer replies to your email and you have this set up, there's a good chance that their replies would automatically be linked to the records you have in Salesforce. So one day you're opening your account or your contact and you realize the customer replied because you saw the reply in Salesforce itself. Okay. Now, since we have that for Outlook, and as we know, Outlook and Google are I would say, the top two enterprise email providers these days. So we also have that integration with Google, right? So we have the Gmail or the Google Sync for Salesforce, and you can see it kind of looks similar to how the Lightning for Outlook integration looks like. So kind of does the same thing as well, right? The only difference is that it's for a different product. So one is for Outlook and one is for Google. Now let's talk about console, right? So console is typically something that is a hot topic for service cloud companies, but recently we saw the value of using this in a sales cloud, thanks to one of my recent projects, the one who's in Singapore. So they just recently implemented Sales Cloud, and they opted to use Sales Console for it. So the difference between the console view and the standard view or standard app is that the tabs here will be listed in a navigation menu. So you can see here there's a drop down over here. When you click on it, that's where your tabs would appear. Your contacts, accounts, opportunities, whatever. And then when you open a record, they will appear as what we call primary tabs or workspace tabs, rather. And then underneath, you have subtabs. The concept here is that whenever you open an account, they would open as primary tabs or workspace tabs. And then whenever you open something related to the account or a child record of the account, in this case could be contacts or opportunities, it will appear as a subtab like so. The best part about this is that you can rest assured that if your session times out unexpectedly, all of the tabs you were working on before your browser closed will be there the next time you log in. Also, the console view supports keyboard shortcuts, quite handy. So, like you want to refresh the record, you can do Windows R. You want to edit the record, you can just press a specific button. So it's good for when you're on a laptop and you don't want to use the mouse that much. You can use keyboard shortcuts with Lightning Console. Okay. Now the Salesforce mobile app allows you to access your Salesforce data on the go, but please be aware that it is not an administrative tool. Okay, so the Salesforce mobile app is meant for users or the end users. If you are a system administrator and you want to like manage users while you're on the go, there is a separate mobile app called Salesforce A for admin, right? So you can use that as well. But for the Salesforce mobile app, this is for record access and record updates on the go, okay? And that's more relevant to the end users, like salespeople. The Salesforce mobile app can be configured or customized in a way that you can rearrange the navigation menu. Okay, you can customize the highlights panel, right? So create a compact layout in the mobile. If you think about it, also, the mobile app will just compress the appearance of your Salesforce application into single column views, except for when you're using iPad. If you're using an iPad, you can download the Salesforce mobile app there as well. But since you have a wider screen real estate, it allows you to see more or get a more comfortable view, like a two-column view of the data, and even allows you to do landscape view. If you're using a phone and you download the Salesforce mobile app there, it's not going to allow you to rotate the screen to landscape, nor will it allow you to display columns in or display fields in two columns. It's just going to be a single column layout. You can change the branding. Salesforce mobile app is a white label app. So we've seen some companies who rebranded the Salesforce mobile app for their customer portal or partner portal. And people would just use that mobile app that is branded as if it was theirs. Because you can also change the logo. Okay, moving on. Next. So Chatter, very basic. So with Chatter, you're going to be able to post in the application. You can post on people's profiles, your own profile. You can post on Chatter groups. You can post on records as well. And the selling point there is that because you can post on records, you take the conversation there, so you don't need to dig through WhatsApp or your emails to find a previous conversation anymore. Chatter groups are controlled spaces where you can allow people to have conversations amongst them amongst the group only. All right, and with Chatter you can also use what we call topics. And I think the young ones these days, they are more accustomed to calling this hashtags. All right, so that's what you call topics in Chatter. Hashtags, they're called topics in Chatter. Okay, let's move on. So lesson 6 is about integration and data management. So let's see what's in there. So 8% of the course, okay? So the idea here is that with this, it assumes that you may be migrating data from a legacy sales application into Salesforce. So the sequence that you're seeing on the screen right now shows you a typical cycle of how you can manage your data migration sequence or procedure. So you choose the data to be imported. Needless to say, you need to have the objects and fields ready in Salesforce. You export the data from your existing database, or it could be from Salesforce as well. And then you do your data scrubbing, your cleansing, clean up your data, and then you import. You plan which import tool you're going to use. We're going to talk about the different import tools in just a bit. Create your import file or prepare your import file, and then before you start the import, you want to make sure that you have all the fields ready, you have all the objects ready. You may want to disable automations temporarily for the bulk import, and that typically happens when you have like what 100,000 records to import, and every record created will send an email to the CEO, right? So that means 100,000 emails to the CEO when you're done importing. So sometimes you might want to disable some logic or disable some automations prior to performing a batch upload or import. Okay. A question from Raj. Okay. Okay. One moment. Can we associate more than one price book to an opportunity? Oh, the answer is no. Okay, so that was from earlier. Okay, so I'm just going to pause it for a moment to emphasize the answer to that question. The question was, can we associate more than one price book to an opportunity? And the answer is no. You can only associate one price book to an opportunity. Right? I hope that clarifies. And yet again, let's say, as I mentioned earlier, the price book is pretty much only relevant when it's your first time adding the products into the opportunity. Because once the opportunity products are there, you likely would be sliding the prices up or down depending on the negotiation you have with the customer. Okay, I hope that answers the question, Raj. Let's move on. Okay, let's take a look at the different data migration tools, right? Quite interesting. So the first tool says Data Import Wizard. Data Import Wizard is interface based. However, it only allows you to upload up to 50,000 lines of data and only allows you to process up to 5 types of data, namely accounts, contacts, leads, solutions, and any custom object. Right? So not all objects are supported in the Data Import Wizard. And also the only functions supported here, Data Import Wizard, right? The first one. The only functions supported are insert, update, and upsert. So meaning import new, update existing, and do both at the same time. So these are the only things that Data Import Wizard can do. Data Loader, on the other hand, is able to process up to 5 million rows of data. It can also perform or process any object, any standard or custom object, and yeah, any, right? So any data that you store in Salesforce can be managed using the data loader. Also, it allows you to delete, okay, or export data, right? So the import wizard is only capable of update, insert, and upsert. But for data loader, it does all that plus deleting and exporting as well. But it's a software that you install to your computer and it's API based, which could be a good thing as well because since it's a software in your computer, you can also program your command prompt, CMD, right? You know, that black matrix screen, right? Something. You can program your command prompt to automatically run data loader for you as well on a scheduled basis. Let's say export all data at 9 p.m. every day, save it to my desktop, something like that. So you can do that with data loader. DataLoader.io is a web-based counterpart of DataLoader. Okay, it has a little bit more limitations than DataLoader. I would still say that DataLoader, not the IO one, right? So the regular DataLoader is still my favorite data management tool so far in Salesforce. That is. Okay, so again, DataLoader.io is a virtual offering of DataLoader. So you can also use Bulk API to process data and also third-party tools or non-Salesforce tools that are connected to Salesforce via API can be used for importing data or processing data as well. Okay, so best practices when loading data are the following. Okay, of course, this is very obvious. I wouldn't spend too much time here anymore because it's admin 201 stuff. So clean your sheets, clean your data and make sure that all the required fields are there. All the conditionally required field based on validation rules are also there. And you might want to disable automations temporarily until you finish the import. And once your import is done, just re-enable all of those automations. Okay. Now, when you use or when you process data in such a huge bulk, just remember that there is a chance that it might cause some slowing down in the system. So here are some recommendations or considerations when loading large volumes of data. Okay, right. So what you mean here by, let's say, a data skew. For every record, it's best to keep the child records well within 10,000, right? So one parent record up to 10,000 child records in one go. That doesn't really usually happen all the time unless you have an account with 100,000 opportunities or contacts inside. So if that's not the case, this is likely not going to happen very frequently. For ownership skew, it means that you import up to 10,000 records per owner. Let's say I'm importing 10,000 accounts. 10,000, these are for Chase. But there's also another 10,000 I'm importing, but this is for Joy or something like that, right? So another person. Okay, so that's what this slide is telling us. Also, with large data volumes, especially ones that are unnecessary in the application, you may see or may encounter slowness in the following features: reports, dashboards, search, and list views. Because the more things that these features will need to query or look at, of course, the system would slow down. Sometimes even just the navigation slows down as well if you go crazy about importing unnecessary data into your Salesforce. Okay, right? So in this page, we have options for integrating applications with Force.com or with Salesforce. So this is basically just to give you an idea of what are the options you have if you hit a hard wall. Okay, so if you hit a limitation in Salesforce, but the requirement is still not satisfied, it is important that you know what are the other options you have. So just be mindful of what this slide is telling us. So you may take a screenshot if you want. You may use API-based tools for creating an augmented data management structure where you can have your data stored in a connected platform. So you're going to have to use APIs for that. So you can use programmatic tools such as Apex and Visualforce for logic and user interface customizations. All right. So you may also have integration toolkits. Okay, we have quite a number of those. If you go to the App Exchange, right? And yeah, you can use other languages as well and incorporate them with features that you use in Salesforce. So basically, you wouldn't expect that many questions about integrations because it's not a developer certification, right? But you may want to be ready for at least one or two that's coming from this slide right here. Okay, cool. Let's move on to the next slide. Okay, yep. So, okay, so for real-time integrations, you want to do API, right? So relevance of external objects, what can we do on data in them? So from the implementations that I've seen, right? Because you have two options basically. If you're integrating data between Salesforce and another application or platform, you have two options. You can either do a batch sync or you can do real-time data integration. Of course, the batch sync uses less resources, but is less reliable because you're going to have to wait for that refresh window or that integration window to fire so that you have synchronized data. However, for API, it's real time. The problem there is that, or the only problem there is that it uses a lot of resources. Be mindful that you have a monthly limit of API calls that you can generate in Salesforce. So if everything you do has real time API sync, yeah, you might be burning up a lot of those limitations. Okay, Neil says, can I screenshot the page just now? Sorry, okay, no problem. Sure. This one, oh, sorry, this one right here. Let me know if it's this one, Neil. Kelvin, can you talk more about territory management and access to account and optionally opportunities? So for territory management, and I apologize because I don't have slides ready for those. The idea is that it's kind of like sharing rules, but it's not, okay, so I'll explain further in just a bit, but I just want to start off by saying that territory management, as far as I know, is not part of Sales Cloud Consultant exam. I'm not sure. Maybe it changed, but last time I checked, it wasn't. Okay. Oh, it is. Okay, good. Then I'll talk about it. Okay. How about page 99? Page 99, Neil, is, oops. Page 99 okay, actually I have 20 pages. You know, I'm feeling generous today, so I'll just let you take screenshots. Okay. I'm not supposed to do this, but so you don't forget my name after this session. Let me just expose slide 99, but let's be quick, okay? Because I want to still give you a high level idea about territory management. Okay, here is Chase getting himself in trouble. All right, so I'll just flash the screens. I'll likely give you the answers. So I suggest taking screenshots and saving them to Word so that you can do it quickly because there are about 20 pages or 19 or 20 pages that you may want to take screenshots here for. Um, my name is Chase Obsuna. This is the one, right? So if you're keen to find me on LinkedIn, that's the name sent in the chat box, Chase Obsuna. So that's CHZ, okay? Yeah, because if you spell it with CHS, it's like Paw Patrol, like the dog, Anyway, yeah, I'm trying to find. Okay, right. Yep. So this is page 99, which I'm not supposed to show you, but I'm sure people are interested to see. So let's go ahead and jump right in. So this first question, okay, I'm not going to read through them one by one anymore. So just take a screenshot and I'll tell you what the answer is. I'm feeling lazy already. Um, no, not really lazy, but just to make good use of the time because we still have territory management that I would like to talk about as well. Yep. So the answer to this question is Bravo, Bravo, Bravo. Create an external ID for campaigns, leads, and contracts. This is for when you would like to integrate or either integrate, whether you want to integrate, it doesn't really, the concept of this question, but the idea is that you would like to retain the legacy identifiers from the previous system as you import data into Salesforce, then you want to create external ID fields. Now, in case you're not familiar with the external ID fields, you can create, okay, let me just use my notepad there. External ID. External ID, the purpose of it is so that if you have integrations, you can use this as the target field for identifying what is the counterpart of the record that is being synchronized. So external ID is either an email, text, or a number field, and then you have to put a check mark on the checkbox that says external ID. This is when you're creating this field data type. You're creating an email address field. Was it really email? I think it's email, but I know that there's text and there's number. So these three can be identified or can be made as external IDs. So the answer to this first question is Bravo. Okay, let's go to the next one. Universal Studios, blah, 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 forecasting. All right, so this is about cumulative forecasts. If you remember from earlier, I mentioned that with cumulative forecasts, you have sub forecast categories rolled up, okay, and bundled into a single forecast category in the forecast table, right? So the answer to this one is C, Charlie, okay? Charlie is the answer here. So basically, you're showing The two opportunities. Okay, so we would like to. Okay, so there's already closed one. Um, so yeah, we're looking at best case, and best case does not include. What was it? Uh, Commit. Okay. Anyway, yeah, it's 3-5. I've checked it before. C. Okay. So this third one, okay, quite a long question as well, and it's kind of. I'm not promising that it's going to be the exact same questions you're going to see in the exam, but at least I'm giving you an idea of what kind of questions you would be asked. So the answer to this question is alpha and bravo. Alpha and bravo. Okay. So let's just make it quick. That's a answer to that question is alpha and bravo. Okay. For this one, okay, the next one, right? The answer is, take a screenshot. Okay, 321, 321, 321. Take a screenshot, and the answers to this, the two answers are alpha and delta. Okay, alpha and delta. Okay, so that's this slide right here, 103. Slide 104. Okay, the answers here are Bravo and Charlie. Okay, Bravo and Charlie. So just take a screenshot and remember that the answers are Bravo and Charlie. Now, by the way, guys, okay, of course, most of you have a very rich experience in Salesforce. I would urge you to do your own research as well. So don't take my answers as absolute because I may be obsolete. Because, yeah, I'm not in Sales Club every day. So things may have changed. So I also urge you to do your own research. Okay, so the answers here are Bravo and Charlie. Okay, for this next one, the answer is Bravo. For slide 105, the answer is Bravo. Okay, for slide 106, the answer is Alpha and Charlie. So take a screenshot, it's Alpha Charlie, Alpha Charlie. 107 is Alpha. Okay, so take a screenshot, and the answer is Alpha. 108, take a screenshot, the answer is Charlie. By the way, it wasn't included in the slides, but asset is also a standard object. Sorry about this. So it wasn't in the slides, but it is also a standard object. Okay, so C for asset. Okay, slide 109, alpha. Okay, so Manish requested for 106. Okay, 106, this is alpha and Charlie. And you don't tell your friends I did this for you, okay? Don't get me in trouble. Right. So just take a screenshot. This is Alpha and Charlie. Okay. 107. This is Alpha. Okay. So which is question number 9? Let me check. What is question number 9? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So that's slide 108. Okay. 9 is C, asset, Charlie. Yeah, okay. Cool. 9 is Charlie. This is number 9, Charlie. Okay. Slide 108. Slide 109, which is number 10. Okay, take a screenshot. This is Alpha. Okay. Question number 10 is Alpha. Question number 11. Take a screenshot. This is Delta. Okay. Question number 11 is Delta. Question number 12. Okay, question number 12 is Bravo. So take a screenshot. This is question number 12. It's Bravo. Bravo. OWD. Okay. Question number 13. Take a screenshot. 100,000 rows of data to be imported. The answer here is Delta. Use data loader. Okay. So that's question number 13, right? Question number 14. The answer here is alpha. Alpha. Okay. Question 13 is alpha. Moving on to question 15. Oh, sorry. What? This is alpha. That's question number 14, right? Sorry about that. Yeah, 14. Next, this is question number 15. The answer here is Charlie. Okay. Question number 15, which is slide 114, is Charlie. Question number 16, slide 115, is Bravo. Slide 115, question number 16 is Bravo. Question number 17, slide 116, is Delta. Okay, Delta. Okay, take a screenshot of that. Question number 17, answer is Delta, and going to the next one. Question number 18 is also a Delta. Right? So both are Delta. So question number 18, which is slide 117, is Delta. And looks like we have 19 questions only. So I'm going to move on to the question number. Oh, sorry. Question 17. Okay. It should be this one. Oh, 16. Okay. All right. Before the deltas. Okay. Before the deltas. So you have 16, which is Bravo. Create an approval step. Yeah. So that's a Bravo. And then the next one, 17, is the delta. Okay. So 17 is the delta. And 18 is also delta. Okay, I hope that was okay. All right, so we're going back to 111. Okay, so this is question number 12 for Amit. This is Bravo. The answer here is Bravo. Set the OWD to private. Okay, no problem. Dory requested 105. So this is question number 6, slide 105. The answer here is Bravo also. Bravo. Okay, Bravo. And then the next one for, okay, Manish. So this is question number 7. The answers are Alpha and Charlie. Price books and product line items. Price book, product line items. For Tushar, this is the next one, 107 for Tushar. Okay, so the answer here, Tushar, is alpha. So question number 8, slide 107, that's alpha. Okay, all right. Okay, wait a moment. Okay, so I'll do it again, all right? Okay, do it quickly this time, all right? So I'll start from the beginning. Question number 1, the answer is Bravo. Okay, this is the final scan. Okay, one more and that's it. So this is Bravo. Question 1 is Bravo. Question 2 is Charlie. Charlie. Question 3 is Alpha and Bravo. Okay, question 3 is Alpha and Bravo. AB, Alpha Bravo. Question 4 is Alpha Delta. Alpha Delta, question 4. Alpha and Delta. Okay. Question 5 is Bravo and Charlie. Question 6 is Bravo. Question 7 is Alpha and Charlie. Question 8 is Alpha. Here we have question 9 is Charlie. Here we have question 10 is Alpha. And then we have question 11, which is Delta. Then we have question 12, which is Bravo. Then we have question 11. Oh, sorry. No, 13, sorry. Question 13, which is Delta. Right? This is 13, and this is Delta. Question 14, which is Alpha. Question 15, which is Charlie. Okay, question 15, Charlie. Question 16, Bravo. Question 16 is Bravo. Question 17 is Delta. Question 18 is Delta. And question 19 is Alpha and Bravo. Okay, so the very last question, 19, Alpha and Bravo. Okay, now as mentioned earlier, the answers that I gave you, feel free to challenge them. Feel free to do your own research to double check, double confirm if they're still relevant and accurate. I mean, the answers that I provided are still relevant and accurate. Yeah, so you may also use the community to post questions around it as well, right? I'm going to still talk about territory management just from a high level because we're 5 minutes away from, we're supposed to end 30 minutes ago, if I'm not mistaken. So I'll give it a few more minutes. I'll explain to you what territory management does from a high level, right? Okay. Okay, so the answer for the last one was Alpha and Bravo. Alpha and Bravo. For slide 118 is Alpha and Bravo. Okay, no problemo. Hopefully that helps you with your preparation. Okay, we're not supposed to do that, practice exam thingy, but yeah, well, you already did it, so no regrets. So your exam will be 60 questions worth, and then you have an hour and 45 minutes to complete that. You recall that the admin certification was an hour and 30 minutes only. This one's a bit longer, but the passing rate is the same, 62%. So that's around, what, 37, 38 correct answers out of 60. Not too bad. But yeah, everyone, please do your best. When it comes to the vouchers, you should receive let me confirm real quick. For this class, okay, for this class, discounted coupon code will be sent through WebEx within a day or two. Okay, all right. So you should receive an email from a WebEx email address within a day or two. Okay, so give it 1 day or two, which I mentioned earlier in the morning. Yeah, you'll receive that discount voucher soon as well. Okay, no problem. It's my pleasure. I mean, I have like what 130 people in the class. Should entertain you pretty well, right? Anyway, before we go to the formalities of finally closing the session. Oh, by the way, this one you already know this because you already registered for the admin exam before, I'm sure. Um, yeah. So this one I'm gonna skip and just other slides right there. But I'm going to just briefly talk about territory management. Okay, so territory management What you need to know about this is that it's like sharing rules. It's like sharing rules, but it's based on territories. Sharing rules. What it does is it can be based on owner or criteria. Yep. For territory management, it's like that, right? Share records, but based on territories. Okay, so that's how different it is. For sharing rule, if you recall, there are two types of sharing rules. You have sharing rule based on owner. We call it owner based sharing rule and criteria based sharing rule. Whereas if the owner of the record is this person or this group or this team, share it with this target audience. If it's criteria based, if the opportunity is closed, okay, share it with blah 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 blah. So that's what you mean by criteria based sharing rule. So with territory management, you kind of imagine that sort of behavior, but you need to set up a territory separately as well first. So you set up the territory, and then you put people in those territories, therefore allowing people to share records as long as they're part of that territory. Okay, so that's my high level summary of what territory management is. But I would, of course, highly um, urge you to do extra reading about that as well, because I just touched the tip of the iceberg. I would show you a demonstration or some slides, but unfortunately, I wasn't ready for it because it's not part of the agenda. But I'm sure you can find references online. But at least you have something to start with, right? So territory management from a high level is kind of like sharing rules. If you recall from the admin training that there are these different sharing, record sharing features like OWD, roles, sharing rules, and teams. Territory management is somewhere, in this list, but not in the admin flavor, right? So, because we make it specific to the, based on the requirement, and I guess the requirement, well, it is available in the course ADX 211, which is Advanced Administration, and DX 403, which is app building in the Lightning experience. So we have specific courses that talk about territory management. Actually, I didn't know that territory management is now being covered in Sales Cloud consultant certification, but that's good to know. But yeah, from high level, that's how territory management works. And the extra work that you need to do is you need to set up your territories and assign people to those territories as well. Okay. Somebody asked a question about process builder, flow, and workflow. Okay, so yeah, just take note. Okay, so I'm just gonna put it here real quick. So workflow is the OG. That's the old, yeah. That's the old configuration of automations, or the oldest form of automated actions based on triggers. Okay, so okay, I'm going to say automates actions based on triggers. Okay, now the actions can only be task, field update. Okay, you have what else? You have send email. Oops, sorry, send email. Whether it's a user in the organization or someone from the outside, which is a customer. Okay, so that's send email. And then lastly, you have outbound message, which means you're sending an outbound command to an integrated platform. Let's say an opportunities closest one, send the command to the order fulfillment system to process the order. So that's what workflow does. Process builder is a visual and more robust version of workflow. Okay, if you think about it, process builder is a series of workflow rules lined up after another, one after another. Yeah. So what I mean by this is because one of the flaws of workflow rules is that when you create a record, the record could potentially fire multiple workflow rules all at the same time. Whereas in Process Builder, you line up those different workflow rules in a sequence so they don't all fire at the same time. But instead, it's kind of like matchmaking, speed dating, right? So did you meet the first one? Yes, no. If yes, do you want to exit already, or do you want to check the next one also, right? So things like that. So instead of firing all of the workflow rules all in one go, it's now going to be qualified and triggered in a sequence based on what you see in the Process Builder. Flow is okay. Just my short description of it. So flow is um, a hybrid. It's a hybrid between functional, okay, drag and drop, and programming. Because flow allows you to perform actions that can only be or used to be only possible by writing Apex triggers. But now you have a very visual drag and drop interface that allows you to perform those actions. But also for flow, you have okay, uh, different screens. So some people would cut a form into different screens. What do I mean? You're creating a case. I won't give you the full case page. Instead, I'll give you one page that asks about who the customer is. And then when you click on next, it will check the system. Does that customer exist? If yes, let's proceed in creating the case. If not, here's a page for creating a contact or something like that. So with Flow, that's possible because you can have what we call screen-based flow, but also you can have auto-launched flow that just fires those automations in the back end without having to present screens in the front end, right? So things like that. So hopefully that explains it from a high level. So workflow, process builder, flow, these are all business logic tools for automations, basically automating actions, but their triggers, the way you create them, are slightly different, and the capability is different as well. Okay. What else? What else? What else? From earlier, the record access keywords. This is a question from Pratik. Yes, red indicates that they are used for restricting, while green means that they're used for allowing. Remember, yeah, we'll just show you real quick, man. Okay. Yep. So for object, okay, yeah, red for restricting, green for allowing. Same goes for record. Okay. No problemo. Now the chat box has been flooded. I'm sure you can tell. I want to cater to all of the questions, but yeah, I might not be able to anymore. And I just realized, yeah. Okay, I may need to be somewhere else because we've already went past our our timing. But anyway, Barry says thank you very much. Well, yeah, we all deserve a beer. Okay, so we all deserve a beer except for the one called Corona. Anyway, let's okay, let's call it a day, guys, ladies and gentlemen. I had fun today. If you're also joining the one tomorrow for certification-based Service Cloud, getting ready for your Service Cloud consultant certification, sad to say it's still going to be me. So yeah, you don't have a choice. You may reschedule if you want. But anyway, that's going to be me again tomorrow. So if you're also joining that session, we'll see each other tomorrow in that case. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. How rude of me. I should show my face. Yep, there we go. Thank you, everyone, for being here with me today. I had fun, and I learned a few things as well. So thanks for the company. I'll see you tomorrow, and all the best. See you, everyone, and stay safe.